Welcome to the Beastland. Here, the only law is of the jungle, the only call of the wild. But all is not balanced in these happy hunting grounds, and when aberrant scars of the planescape's great conflicts tarnish these lands, only the noble unicorn knights can preserve the natural order. Or at least their recent contractors can give it their best shot. The quarry is clear, the trail warm. It's time to assemble our hunting party.
Hello and welcome to our little horror hunting D&D campaign, folks. My name is Austin, your friendly neighborhood dungeon master, and like the arthropods of the late Silurian, the hunting party is at long last going to walk across the ground to get somewhere. Say hello, everyone.
Hi.
That was a good one.
You heard it here first, folks. We're pill bugs, baby.
The first emergence of animal life from the water onto land.
It's that part in the drawing, like the big timeline drawings they always do in like museums and shit, where there's a little guy coming out of the wood and he's got little stub legs, like rah, 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 you know.
They always make them look like fish, but they're arthropods, you're saying?
But with legs.
Or is it like...
the vertebrates obviously did leave the water, right? But the first animals to leave the water, get on land, I believe, are arthropods.
Hell yeah.
Which makes sense. Like if you think to the Carboniferous, there are no like terrestrial vertebrates. You have like big ass amphibians and things like that, but you've got dragonflies and what are they called? They're basically big centipedes, big myriapods.
Right, those things. Yeah.
Arthropleura, I think. Anyway, none of that's relevant except my own happiness. Welcome to the second season finale of Campaign 3 Hunting Party. Before we get into the festivities of Only Good Things, Sophia, go ahead and share what's up with this week.
Yes, Noir, I want you to know that 5 minutes before we started recording, I remembered our previous conversations, and I did Google what is the definition of a hiking trail, and the answer is remarkably unsatisfying. A specifically designated route for hikers to use, which is the kind of definition that is unhelpful. So then I looked up trail definition generally, and the Wikipedia article defines a trail as an unpaved lane or small paved road, though it can also be a route along a navigable waterway, generally not intended for usage by motorized vehicles, usually passing through a natural area.
Generally passing through a natural... Okay, bitch, the shortest trail is from my bedroom to my bathroom. Take that.
No vehicles allowed.
My understanding of a hiking trail, in the sense that one place is the shortest one, is that the municipality who manages the natural area the trail goes through designates it as such, and then is like, we got the shortest one. Take that, Guinness Book of World Records. But that's your hiking fact. The last of the hiking facts for this season, as we are in our finale.
Your hat remains uneaten.
I mean, all this means is that we just need the length of that and then knock it down by 1 or 2 feet, and then we can put ourselves in the Book of World Records.
Well, you'll have to go back to the episode where that was my opening. Yeah, but in this finale, we also have to remind you folks to stick around to the mid-roll from a word from our friends at Game Master Monday for even more fun TTRPG antics going on over there. And as a reminder, we have various ways for you to stay engaged with the podcast, even in our off seasons, because don't worry, we'll be back this summer with more Hunting Party and probably with some one-shots in the meantime too, so stay tuned for more details on that on our socials, mainly Bluesky and the YouTube community tab. You can also find us on Instagram. And if you have any questions, comments, or concerns for the podcast in the interim, you can always email us at rollwithdifficulty@gmail.com. I promise I will do my best to respond to it, and or whoever is most relevant is... We're bad at the emails, so we're doing our best. If you want to stay more directly engaged with the community, you can check out the Rolling with Difficulty Discord server. There's tons of cool fan conversations going about all of our campaigns, all of our one-shots, and just like TTRPGs and life in general. It's a really fun community over there. I can't recommend checking it out enough. And if you want to support the podcast in the downtime, get a little bit more extra stuff from us, you can head on over to the Rolling with Difficulty Patreon. Every month, the cast creates new rewards directly from our brainwaves for you guys. There's tons of talkbacks on the different systems we've tried out, whether that's one-shots or things we played at home games. There's bonus art and articles and all sorts of cool stuff about Rolling with Difficulty's wider world, the stuff we've made, and the games we've played. So if you want to support the podcast directly, that's where to head out to. And yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us this season. It's been super fun. I'm super excited. I'm like already having the feeling of like I want to play more Hunting Party, and we have months to wait. I can only hope that the listeners are also wanting to listen to more of it. I know that we've had fun playing it, and it's been a blast. So as we descend into Brux, I will descend out of this little spiel one last time down a designated trail of some sort and pass the podcast back over to Austin.
Donka. Back in my hands. All right. Well, then with no further ado, let's get into Rolling with Difficulty, Campaign 3, Season 2, Episode 10, the finale, Part 1 of Hunting Party. Red, this is your cue to hit those noise buttons that we talked
Please
about.
Please don't do that.
Well, they don't have to show up on the
recording.
recording.
Hit those noise buttons.
No.
Perfect.
Thank you, Noir.
Thank you. And Sophia's going to edit those in so that everyone gets to hear the excitement. That's
yeah, we
had
made
the
a terrible discovery when we were
she
recording
made
that
promise.
talkback.
Yeah.
Guys,
Don't worry about it.
A bunch of sounds no one on the podcast can hear but us.
Anyway, it's only part 1 on our end. The audience doesn't know that we record these in 2 chunks.
Oh, I see. You freaked me out. I was like,
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, it's not 2 episodes now. It's the first half. I was just trying to make it sound even more dramatic. All right. When last we left our heroes, when last we left them, you'd finally made it to Brux. Guys, it only took you 19 episodes. Made it all the way to Brux, the second layer of the Beastlands, the world of eternal dusk/dawn, the world of eternal twilight. And you arrived there after falling through a hole that you had just closed into Plague-Root, the domain of the Rat Lord. You had a pleasant conversation with Irin, everyone's new best friend, who was cordial and helpful in all ways. And then you also ran into, were sent to meet Yazid, someone from Garou's past, a member of not Banner Ashvine, but Banner Milktree, whose group of hobgoblins had sworn fealty to, of course, Noir. And we're here in Brux as part of the whole plot by the Blackened Rings, whatever that may be. The details, you only know that they're here hunting aberrations like yourselves, but that this specific group had been sent from the Blackstone Lodge to come to find secrets from Irin. Turns out that people at the Blackstone Lodge are getting sick, and they thought that Irin, Master of Secrets, might have an answer. After some debate on what to do about them, whether you should just kill them, or if you should try to get some information out of them, or what should happen, you decided that you were going to, in fact, travel together. Maybe this is a problem that the Blackened Rings and the Hunting Party could solve. And so we begin with the journey over land of Brux for the first time. You four will be walking someplace on your way to the Blackstone Lodge to confront Noir and see what sort of arrangement can be made. So we open as you leave Plague-Root. Again, Plague-Root, the domain of the Rat Lord. This maze-like system of many tunnels beneath this ancient fallen, this fallen Avariel city that used to be this city of winged angels that were in the trees here, all smashed down, all these trees splintered. We begin as you rise up, start to come up onto little foothills and then higher slopes, and realize that you are leaving behind these shattered trees, the fallen city. All of that is being left behind as you travel with Yazid and the handful of other members of the Blackened Rings here. You leave behind Plague-Root, and you're entering a new area. I'm going to go ahead and reveal on the map, if I can find the right... I'm going to go ahead and reveal an area for you.
Wow.
Wearing Peaks.
Mountains.
Mountains.
The wearing, they are wearing down. I don't know if that's a great name. Anyway, the wearing Peaks.
What are they wearing?
Yeah, exactly. If Peaks wore pants, would they wear them like this?
Guys.
No,
Or like
don't
this.
start. Don't start.
Mountains obviously wear skirts.
So, I'm very excited. I'm going to try a new kind of system as we travel over land. It's going to take you roughly 5 days walking to get to the Blackstone Lodge. there might be ways to shorten that or lengthen that. But what we're going to do is there are 3 legs to this journey, 3 separate hazards is the wrong word, environments you need to cross through. The first one is the Wearing Peaks, these kind of ancient, worn down, eroded mountains. And each place we journey through, I'm going to have one person roll a d6. Now, I've got a d6 chart for each of these locations. And what's going to happen is each number corresponds to a different kind of, quote, encounter. Some of these may be actual combat encounters. Some of them are going to be role-playing encounters. Some of them skill challenges, exploration encounters. There's lots of things on these charts, but what's important is that each number corresponds to the same thing on each chart. For example, 2 might be the role-play encounter on each one. And once you've rolled one number on a leg of a journey, you cannot roll that number again. So if you roll a 2 on this first leg and you get, for example, a role-play encounter, you won't get a role-play encounter for the rest of the journey. This is to prevent stacking up just combat after combat, but also to keep it interesting so that wherever you go, there's always something will always happen. Make sure that wherever you go that you're experiencing something, but that it is random. It's not just these random encounters we roll in a D100. It's like, oh, a cloud passes by and it's a beautiful day. That there's some kind of interesting phenomenon. So, first off, is there anything that anyone wants to take care of before you leave Plague Route proper and head into the Wearing Peaks?
I think within an hour of everyone leaving, Kireek leaves his shadow form. So
yeah, what does that look like as you travel? I believe the intention of Yazid was to keep 2 of the sort of rank and file, the average members of this military company behind you, while Yazid was at the front since they know the way. Does anyone have any objection to that? You're not actively being held at spear point or anything. It's just a general marching order of Yazid and the acolytes, the Earth acolyte at the front, and a couple of the rank and file behind you with you guys in the middle. Does anyone have any objection to that kind of marching order?
Trist doesn't care.
Fair enough.
They couldn't stop us if we tried.
Well, that's a good point, although you are weaponless currently, Garou.
That's not a problem.
I know, it's not a problem. Well, they don't know that, but... Anyway, as you walk, Kireek, you turn back into your form, and there is definitely some startled discussion between the hobgoblins that are behind you. They natively speak Goblin. I don't know that anyone... Oh, well, Garou would speak Goblin.
Yes.
In fact, I think Garou, I think you know like 2 languages, Common and Goblin, right?
Yeah.
Deep speech, though, right, too?
And,
speech, right?
And deep speech, yeah.
Oh, and deep speech, okay. Always deep speech. Yeah, you see, they get very... they get surprised and a little bit upset, and there's some brief conversation between them where one of them is like, I thought it was a shadow thing, and they're like, I think this might be worse. And then hearing this, Yazid, who also speaks Goblin, like turns back and kind of gives a second glide, a double take at Kireek, puts hands on the pommel of the weapon, hammer, I believe that they have, but doesn't draw it or anything, and says, "Is that normal?"
Yes, indeed.
Is what normal?
Yeah. You feel like you're trying to shame me, but we all clearly know what I'm talking about. I thought you had mastered a specter or something for a minute there, but this is, something else entirely.
His name is Kireek. It would do you good to refer to him by it.
Kireek. Understood. Not to be rude, but we've come across a couple things like you, and, we killed all of them.
So have we.
Say again?
Kireek says, so have we.
Well. Strange bedfellows, I suppose. Alright. Points towards, at this point, the sun was... for lack of a better term, to the east, and now has kind of rotated around as the day is going on. The sun and the moon, you can kind of keep time, whereas the sun in Kragala always hangs overhead. The sun and the moon that are both constantly rising / setting, depending on your philosophical outlook. They spin in the sky. So you can kind of keep time by the fact that they rotate around each other on the horizons.
Flat
And
thrust
So
confirmed.
confusing.
It has come further, quote, south, and now you can kind of see it's like off to your left as you are walking. And Yazid points up and says, "We'll take the fastest route we know through the Wearing Peaks. It is climbing, but they're not too terrible to get around. Once we're done with that, it's on to the savannah, and then just a quick boat trip across the river, Blackstone Lodge. All told, it should take about 5 days, give or take, depending on our pace, if everyone can keep up."
Should be
I'll take
no
that.
problem.
Great. We are going to start the first leg, the Wearing Peaks. So who wants to
Yeehaw.
do? I only have 3 legs, so one person's not going to get to roll one. But who wants to roll the first d6 for this first leg of the journey?
I feel like it's
I can
only
do it.
appropriate for it to be Wally, since this is sort of a Garou's journey.
True. This is the Garou finale. So
Also, just
I
Okay.
guess so.
a logistical question with the way that travel's working. If we wanted to be having conversations like at night in camp or something, is there a time that would be best to call for those?
I'm going to let you know when nights are passing. So, you will know when that's happening.
Gotcha,
There's going to
gotcha.
be the first night will happen in the Wearing Peaks.
Perfect.
Potentially after or before your first encounter. It depends what you roll. Wally, you rolling that d6?
All right, here we go. Coming at you guys with a 1. He was number 1.
1 might be good.
Or bad.
Well, let's be optimistic here.
Fantastic. So you begin
Oh,
your
no.
journey. Some of you have spent a great deal of time in mountains recently, whether Ilafar in the Wind or Great Bear Mountain. These are very different from those. Instead of sharp cliffs, steep ledges, and towering peaks, everything here is very smooth and meandering. The slopes are worn, almost completely covered in soil and eroded smooth. The walking is not completely untreacherous, however. With some regularity, you step on what seems to be solid ground, only to have it kind of cascade and spill out from underneath you, like there's a bunch of gravel and loose sediment there. It's easy to almost go down, but the trees are tall and old, which gives you a lot of space. It's easy to walk between them. The temperature is pleasantly cool as you travel, and the song of tree frogs is a constant companion with you on this journey.
Tree frogs in the mountains.
Tropics.
Yeah, I guess.
It is definitely Appalachian-like. This is that would be the closest parallel. These are like old mountains that are eroding away, and it definitely has that deciduous forest kind of vibe, but a little bit higher elevation. It's much cooler here because, again, there is that higher elevation. Much cooler than the Grove of the Unicorn back home because there's that higher elevation, but also because it's not eternal noon here.
When you say tree
With
frogs,
A1.
do you mean the species tree frog or a frog that is in a tree? I feel like that was where we're getting confused.
A great question, Sophia. Yes, I understand the confusion now. Yes, not red-eyed tree frogs. We have temperate tree frogs that live here in the United States, like the wood frog, that are often making their mating calls at night or during dusk.
Gotcha.
So that is the kind of like peeping that you hear as you travel through. The first night comes to you, and you begin to set up camp. Now, I don't know that any of you have tents. Is that something that you think any of your characters would have? I'm not super interested in nitpicking on what is in your supplies. I'm just curious if any of you think that you would be carrying tents at this point.
I don't know about a tent, but Katya has been a constant traveler for 2 years, and like I feel like there is kind of an assumption of the ability to like sleep rough if needed. So she might have like a bedroll
Sure.
or something in the hat of holding, you know?
For sure. Okay.
Triss had her adventuring gear when she got isekai'd, so she might not have a tent, but she's also got the full setup for camping outside.
Garou has a rough camping kit. Bedroll could probably make an emergency lead to, but for the most part, doesn't really bother.
The
Fantastic.
first softest thing that Kireek ever got was the carpet of flying.
Oh God.
Just have it
Sleeps
hover
on it
over
like a
us
hammock,
all
but
night.
you don't need to tie it up.
That's pretty good, actually.
That's really good.
Well,
Pretty
the problem
good.
is if somebody like nudges it, you just kind of drift.
You wake up like in the second Parent Trap reference of the night. Wake up like the
Yeah.
stepmom of the Parent Trap, just in the middle of the lake,
The mattress
floating
in the
on
lake,
the
yeah.
mattress. Fantastic. Well, you go to start setting up, and you're like pulling out bedrolls, and you are all prepared to sleep, as you said, sleep rough in the wilderness here. And Yazid looks over and says, "Any of you got a tarp or a tent or any kind of thing to sleep underneath?"
Is this going to be one of
Should
those
we?
layers of the plane where it rains every 24 hours, give or take?
It does rain every 24 hours,
Aye.
but it's not the rain is part of what's making people sick
Oh.
if you're out in it for long enough. So I would suggest trying to keep dry best you can.
Interesting.
All right, then. Kireek will get out from above the carpet of flying and just get under it.
Ha! If it seats 4, we could potentially like.
Guess they're all gonna sleep underneath the carpet of flying.
Okay, but we're
Tris
not
is
going to be
going to
like lying
trance for
down.
4
It's going to be
hours.
like crisscross applesauce, like uncomfortably.
Oh yeah, good point. Well, yeah.
We didn't see any caves, did we, on our way up?
No, there were no obvious caves.
All right, Tris, because she's just gonna trance anyway. She's got a cloak. She can put up the hood and just kind of sit under that.
Okay, you're gonna sleep. So we've got someone under the carpet, someone sleeping under a hood.
Trancing. I'm trancing. I'll be
Trancing.
sitting up.
Whatever. What are Katya and Garou getting up to in terms of shelter?
If Kireek will make room under the carpet, Katya will also go under the carpet. I've also got big hats.
Okay,
I don't know
that's
if
fine.
big hat counts for anything here, but we've in lore decided it's unusually large, so
It is unusually large, hat of unusual size. Garou?
Yeah, Garu's gonna just have to try to set up this emergency lean-to.
Yeah, for sure. Make a survival check for me, please.
Okay. Okay, that's a 21. Okay, that
Nice.
works.
Oh, 21 for sure, for sure. All right, Garou, you set up your lean-to. You all start to, bed down. Some rations are passed. There's a small fire. The rest of the party has tents, the rest of the Blackened Rings, and they're going to set up a watch on you. So there's going to be 2 members of the party awake at all times just to keep an eye on what you're doing.
Ha.
As the light continues to be completely constant because of this plane, but everyone starts to get tired. You hear this sound.
it's a meeper. It's the meeper.
You hear meep,
Oh my gosh.
meep.
Is it a? It's not a cookie.
I was
It
gonna
sounds like
say,
a-
yeah.
You guys
Cookie,
know these
kind of.
guys, the
Cookie?
meepers.
Meep.
Oh, is it a bird?
Yeah.
Garou, you want to
The
make a
cookie
nature
is
check?
a tree frog.
Yeah,
so-
Okay, I can make a nature check here.
Cookie.
Okay, we're rolling hot. That's a 16 flat. I got no bonus to this.
You're like, is that a bird? That is a bird. And you stand up and kind of walk over. You can move out of camp a little bit, and you find that not far away there's been some like tree fall here, so there's a lot of undergrowth, whereas instead of the canopy blocking things out, there's a lot of like grasses and bushes here. And as you watch, you hear the beep, beep, and then poof, and you watch as a bird. It's about I guess it's about duck size, but instead of a like round duck bill, it has a long skinny beak, almost like a giant hummingbird. Launches itself out of the grass and then falls back in, and then like 20 feet away, another one beep and jumps out and then falls back into the grass. These are a bunch of woodcocks doing a mating ritual here, and you
Aw.
see a couple of the
Not to
Blackened
disturb.
Rings have come over, followed you, Garou, and they laugh. One jumps out and one knocks an arrow and pulls to go shoot and kill this bird.
Bro, what?
Yeah, Guru's going to attempt to. I'd like to roll an intimidation check here, actually. And be like, no, Not tonight. Leave them alone.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. That's a...
Just because you can't get anything must mean you must inconvenience those who can.
Jesus.
23.
You, as the arrow knocked and comes up wicked fast, by the way. You know, this person is drawn. The woodcock is only in there for a couple seconds. So, knocks the arrow, draws the bow back, takes aim. Faster still, you get your hand in and push the bow out of the way. Say that to them. An incredible intimidation check. For a moment, this kind of rank and file blackened ring takes a step back for you, and the bow comes around to face you. It doesn't come up aimed at you, but it comes around to face you. And in the moment where it's about to come up at you, the other member of the blackened ring shoves that first one who you intimidated and says, "There's fucking birds. Forget it." And they're both going to wander back to camp.
Procreating. Garou's just going to turn back towards the birds, and in B's speech, very quietly says, "Some of us here are trying to get some sleep. Continue your activities
Second intimidation
elsewhere, please."
I think on a 23, you say all that, and you hear beep, 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 and a whole shit ton of them that were in the grass here. It was impossible to see, like 30 of them just go and fly out and escape.
Excellent.
Garou for a moment is like taken aback. He hasn't been in Brux in a while, so for a moment he's taking in the wonder that is nature, and then he turns back around at the other two. He says, "Well, I'm here. You won't be harming any of these creatures. You understand?"
You see the two of them look between each other and they say, "We follow orders. Talk to the boss." And they're going to go back to go keep watch on everyone else as they go to bed, and we'll cycle through our long rest. So we're taking our first rest here. Garou, 23 or whatever you rolled, it was crazy high for your survival. Your shelter is completely waterproof. A cloak, not waterproof. Flying carpet, not waterproof.
Yeah.
For the three of you who are not Garou, I need you to please make me where did I put that?
Well, okay, hold on. How long is it raining for, you know? Like
Rains for 1 hour.
Rains for 1 hour? Okay, all right, fair enough.
Please make a Constitution saving throw, the three of you that were out in the rain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know that it's only an hour for the future.
17.
Success?
Okay.
26.
Yeah, plenty big success. Katya.
16.
Success. Nothing to worry about.
Can I wanted to, like, if the rain is fucking people up, I wanted to, like, collect some, like, use one of my expended, like, healing potion bottles and just leave it out and let some of the rain drip in.
Absolutely, yeah. You set
Oh,
it
yeah,
out,
dude.
take your trance, you feel the rain
Yep.
soak in. It feels a little colder than Kragala, but whether that's because Kragala is just naturally hotter, or if it has anything to do with whatever they said the rain is making people sick, impossible to really say. But it does feel a bit colder, but it doesn't ruin anyone's night's sleep, and everyone wakes up and you are ready to start the day. You're going to descend the mountains. You had moved your way most of the way up. You are going to descend the mountains and enter into our second leg.
I was hoping to have a conversation with Garou before we settled down for the night at the last camp, if that's not possible.
Yeah,
okay.
sure. Why don't we say, you know, the rain comes by, if you want to have a little talk before everyone was fully asleep. Go for it.
Yeah, I think Katya will walk over to wherever Garou is set up his lean-to and just kind of like arms crossed, be like, "The Rat Lord was right, you know. You are a fool."
A fool that survived.
I am not saying this to be insulting, but it seems pertinent that you know, and you seem ill-informed. You are looking to find a better resting place for your family, no? That is why you seek gods like Malar.
Indeed.
Then you are a fool. Malar cannot give you what you seek. And it is doubtful that Mieliki could either. The afterlife in our planes is a remarkably well-known thing, and it is determined by how you lived. If your family lived by that book, and lived in such a way that the Beastlands is to be their home, then they are already here. Regardless, you, the fool, would be better served looking for a cleric who could try and communicate with them, than making all these deals with gods.
The clerics that I've known we're all here on this plane. And they were few and far between. It is a question of not just knowledge that I lacked, but resources. I was born in and around Malorites. And that is the place the universe thought I would start. A fool? Perhaps. But the world never gave me more than what I had.
You may have only had limited resources to begin with, but you swore yourself to an evil god nonetheless, one who could not give you what you want, and now, if my understanding of your curse is correct, it has turned on you, and you seek to rebel against it because it cannot give you what you want. But it never could, Garou, and it will never be able to. You need to accept that what you can do for your family is based on how you live now, and not the power some entity can give you.
What power do I have now then?
Whatever power...
You? The Unicorn Knights?
Oh no. You
My
and I are
leafy?
not on good enough terms to have my power at your disposal. But I would hesitate against just throwing yourselves into the arms of some other power. You say that you lack information. That might be true. But you have never lacked the means to get on your own 2 feet and walk. You have never lacked the means to let the stories your family told guide you. So why do you need a god to tell you what to do?
Mallard merely gives me a path, a trail. One to follow, one to deviate from, one to return to when I am lost.
And by making you hurt extra, that is your guide to return to the trail.
This pain I feel, and Garou shows Katya the brand, is the result of a god chained over centuries. It seems that everyone's understanding of Malar is that of a beast infatuated with pain and suffering. But the reality is, when you stick an animal in a cage, that is all it knows.
Malar is the perpetual loser of the planescape. It may be that he is like a caged animal, but you are surrounded by free creatures. I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth with you on what you believe. It is up to you if you want to choose to keep being beholden to a god that cannot give you what you want and could care less if you die in service of him. But let me offer you some of my knowledge as someone who has been off this plane. Your family is already where they ought to be. You need to live for you, and not for the promises of a false deity. Whatever you choose to do with that is up to you. And Katya will turn and start getting ready to walk away.
I understand. and Garou's going to take out both of his books, and he will begin preparations for the next day.
Excellent.
I have one question.
I have an answer.
Is it okay if I say that I got some incense so I can cast Legend Lore? The last time I was in Ilfar on High. I didn't declare it at the
in
time,
fact,
but...
you actually did buy a bunch.
For Katya, yeah.
For Katya, so I think it's reasonable. How much are you looking to get?
It just says
couple hundred
incense
or
worth 250 gold.
There you go. So
yeah.
You want 250
Actually,
gold's worth?
let's do two batches just in case I need to do it again. So that would be 500 gold.
All right, let me do a quick roll because at that point you're buying 3 batches.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I just want to do a quick roll and see if I'm trying to remember the Aarakocra's name now. The druid that you spoke to had enough for one more
Right.
purchase.
Yeah.
So you could have bought for Katya and then the one for
I
yourself.
think also you
Okay.
didn't buy the incense for Katya because I had
Shakoba.
to remind you when you came back, and Trish was like, "Oh shit, I
Yeah,
forgot."
but we retconned that
Yeah.
I did.
All right.
So,
It's-
well, I'm just saying if you wanted it to be that Trish
it
bought
would be a
incense for
very
herself.
tedious.
Yeah.
It'd be a very tedious dungeon master who said like, yes, your character spent 8 hours there, but they did forget the one reason they went.
yeah, I didn't
Screw
write it on
you,
my
you
hand. Okay, so the thing that I'm curious about, because up till now it was like, oh yeah, there's something fucked up in the water, and then they're like, oh, it's also in the rain. So I want to know about Brux, specifically the water cycle, but failing that, the Mortai. Because if there are faces in the clouds, that tells me that there's a sentience up there, and if something fucked with them, maybe that's why the rain is fucking with people. Because I know
Okay.
Brux as a concept is well known enough for Legend Lore to succeed. I assume the Mortai are, but if I'm barking up the wrong tree, I would rather get more general information than just learn about something that isn't relevant now that we're not flying around.
For sure. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and let's say if you we come to the next morning, of course you're trance, you wake up before
Yep.
everyone else. If you would like to light your incense and cast your legend lore, you are
I wanted
requesting
to do
knowledge
Legend
on
Lore
the
before my
Mortai.
long rest, because then I get the spell slot
Okay,
back.
so that you can you
Yes.
get the spell slot back. All right. Before your long rest, before the rains
Mm-hmm.
come, you cast legend lore. So we just did it, but I still feel like I need to refresh myself
On what Legend Lore
on
is?
legend lore.
It's basically all the significant
On the exact
information
wording.
about a specific thing.
It
Just
says, name
so
or describe a
that-
famous
yes.
person, place, or object. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about that famous thing as described by the DM. The lore might consist of important details, amusing revelations, or even secret lore that has never been widely known. The more information you already know about the thing, the more precise and detailed the information you receive is. The information is accurate but might be couched in figurative language or poetry as determined by the DM. And if it's not actually famous, you make sad trombone noises instead.
Trombone. Yeah. Okay. So you go ahead, you light your incense, bring out your ivory. There is some prompting by the guards when you start to cast a spell. You there, what are you doing?
I'd like to know more about this place before we proceed.
You see they look between them, look over at Yazid asleep, they're kind of unsure what to do. They say, we're watching close. First sign of any waves like thunder or lightning coming down on high or something like that, says, we'll be ready.
All right, feel free. Maybe you'll learn something. And I will cast.
You cast your spell focusing on the Mortai of the Beastlands. Sometimes referred to as the faces in the clouds or the eyes of the gods, the Mortai are a mysterious and seemingly godlike race of gargantuan aerial beings that inhabit the skies of the Beastlands. They were immensely intelligent, their intellect rivaling that of deities, with specialty in matters of philosophy. Though they were usually pacifists in nature and enjoy practical jokes, they could, on occasion, turn dangerous, calling upon winds, hails, lightning, and of course rain. They typically have a great number of spells at their ability, control weather, and basically any other spell any individual Mortai might have access to any spell in D&D that contains the words wind, air, fog, lightning, any of that nonsense. You also learn that, where's my map? That specifically here in Brux, that they do have a meeting place known as the Court of the Mortai, a gathering place for them over the enormous body of water known as Sigius Well.
Okay. And we were warned that Sigius Well was dangerous, but these jokers didn't know where the source of the sickness in the water was. They didn't specify if it was in Sigius or if it was everywhere.
They just said, like, people are getting sick, and then they said that the rain is definitely not is definitely, like, contributing to it.
The rain is part of it. Okay, cool. Alright, that'll probably be a place to check out once we figure out what we're doing with this Noir situation. Alright, great.
Okay. Does everyone rest?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Triss, you're the first one awake. I don't know if there's
Damn
anything
straight.
of interest that you want to do during those first couple hours when you have the campsite somewhat to yourself, but the watches trade out, and shortly after you're waking up, it will be Yazid who is on the final watch.
Cool. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna do anything, certainly not make any sudden movements. I'm aware we're on thin ice with these guys. But I think once Yazid is up, I might make polite conversation, or at least attempt to.
Sure. Yazid is stoking the fire, starting to get some things going, a little bit of tea, a little bit of hot food, perhaps. Basically just, like, sausages to be cooked on a flat rock is essentially what's going on here, but just something a little bit hot for a misty morning, you know, as it always is here, a kind of misty morning. Yeah. You come over, sit down. You see that Yazid looks up, says, "Drink." Hands you a cup of steaming tea.
Oh, appreciated. I don't suppose the trouble with the water extends to boiled beverages?
It does, but motions to the acolyte behind. We can purify it. So be careful what you drink.
Yes, sensible. Well, I must say, this place doesn't seem like quite the walk in the park compared to Krigala.
Haven't actually been up to Krigala myself. Briefly on the way in, but not since then. Brux, a little time in Karasuthra. It's strange. I'm from a desert, so I'm used to the cold, but it never being hot it's disconcerting. And then, of course, we spend plenty of time in the Plane of Fire. This is the longest I've been cool in a very long time. Maybe ever.
Huh. Well, I can't quite say I relate. My home is quite a bit colder than almost anywhere we've been to here. Admittedly, the sun has been throwing me somewhat. I do a little better in the dark.
Nods, says, naturally. You from the Underdark, then?
Well, originally, although I did most of my growing up well outside of that.
But in the Prime?
Yes. I'm told that's rather unusual out here, but I didn't exactly come here by choice, so...
From the Prime, it didn't come here by choice. You'll fit right in with the Blackened Rings.
Really? So that's a common story around these parts?
Most of us are from the Prime. Many of us from Galamshan. There are a few that come from the Plane of Fire, the City of Brass, where Noir is from, but most of the recruitment of the rank and file is, yes, from Galamshan. Many of us hail from that desert.
Interesting. I don't think I ever went that way back when I was home.
For the best. I wouldn't call it a hospitable place, though it has a beauty of its own.
Yes, many things do. If you don't mind my asking, I was led to believe the Blackened Rings were hunters. Do you have a goal here outside of chasing down these aberrations? I understand these places are happy hunting grounds in the best of times.
Many of us are hunters by trade, but the Blackened Rings is a military company. We are first and foremost soldiers.
Oh. So what
Kinda gives
war
a
are you fighting?
Whatever war Noir deems. Currently, we are killing and harvesting a great many trophies for them to bring back to the Plane of Fire.
Ah, I see. So this Noir is some sort of warlord? Noble?
Yes. Nobility, back in the Plane of Fire. My understanding is that it's a rather sizable piece of land, not far from the city of Brass that they reign over, but they have some homes in the city of Brass as well, and Kalimshan. The family is quite extensive, and Noir is just the most recent to rise to prominence within it.
And so, I take it their leadership of the Blackened Rings, is this a sort of family company of an honor guard or a new development?
A little bit of both. Used to be just slaves, but that was outlawed in Kalimshan. So, now we work for pay.
Ah, well that does sound marginally better.
You see that Yazid looks over at the currently sleeping other members of the Blackened Rings, says, "What else would we do?"
Well, I can think of a great many things, but I'm coming to understand that my position on this may be rather privileged.
Could be so. But you don't seem foolish. Which is why it's surprising that you're traveling with Garou.
I find him reliable in his way. Certainly quite bold. And a formidable warrior.
You know, formidable warrior I hear over and over again. But, by my count, almost all the killing I've ever seen Garou do was against people who were already beaten. And you see, they're not wearing like the full plate armor yet, they're still in like night clothes, and pulls down the sleeping shirt, and you see across the breastbone there is a huge scar.
Whoa. Goodness. Well.
Don't blame him necessarily. I would have done the same if I were in his position.
Oh.
Might still get the chance. We'll see.
Well, I suppose it's good to be understanding of one's enemies.
Well, that's the curious part. I can't yet tell if you're enemies.
Well, if we get the choice, I'd certainly rather not be. It seems like this place is hostile enough without us turning on each other.
That's my thinking. A great many members of the Blackened Rings would like to see Garou dead. Just for what he's done. And you all dead, I'm sure, just for being in a party with him. But I remember long ago when many of the banners would fight, kind of stoking the coals here, when many of the banners would fight each other and then come together when there was a greater foe. Many of them are in my company now. It's no strange thing for me to go from enemies to allies. I have a suspicion Noir will see it the same way.
Well, I think that would certainly be the best outcome for all of us.
Is there any kind of deceit in what Triss says, or are you being completely honest?
No, I would really like to not have to do a boss fight in the next 5 days.
You and me
I'm
both,
following
brother.
Garou's lead. Yeah, I'm following Garou's lead on this, but there's a sort of like, I like 90% trust him to be reliable and follow a plan that is good for the whole group, but this is the one issue where I'm not sure if that's going to happen. So like, Tris fully would like this to go well and diplomatically so that we can be turned loose and start actually doing unicorn night job stuff. But yeah. And also, I think from her perspective, it's like, okay, the problem is Noir, right? That's the dragon who owns this horde of people. We deal with that. Everything gets fixed. So like, either way, she doesn't want to be fighting Yazid in the rank and file. So.
It's amazing. I think Tris perhaps, and that's speak for your character, but I think perhaps it amazes you a little bit how often you come across, quote, dragons in a place that has no dragons.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't have dragons, something else fills the niche, and in this case, it's slave
some
drivers.
other apex predator. You got no wolves, you got coyotes.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Morning to everyone else. Take down your quote tents. Pack up, breakfast, water, any conversations or anything anyone wants to do before we start the next leg of our journey, because we're going to make the descent. You guys crested over the mountain. We're going to make our descent and enter the next biome, which is where we're going to spend the bulk of our days, even though it is only one leg of the journey.
I'm good. Should we fire off another telepathic bond in case we want to scheme, or...
Katya can fire off a telepathic bond. It's 8 hours, so she'll, I guess, do it over breakfast.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Disguise it as a really complicated sneeze behind the hat.
Katya will just, in the open, start doing hand motions, and if anyone questions her, she's like, magic bullshit. What do you know about it?
You see, Yazid looks to the Earth Acolyte, who, basically looking like, is she about to cast Circle of Death on us? Is essentially the vibe. And the Acolyte looks over at Katya, kind of gives a squint, and then shakes the head. Like,
if I was going to fireball you, don't you think I would have done it while we were all asleep?
Garou.
No, that's what the watch is for.
Garou has a giant grin on his face.
Okay. With that, everyone packs up. The journey begins, the same marching order. You descend down out of the mountains, and we're going to enter. Reveal another space. Burn Reveal.
So it looks like rolling a 1 was good, since no bullshit happened.
Yeah, so we cannot roll a 1. So 1 is the lightest, fluffiest, just a little fun thing happens on the chart.
Right?
You get meepers.
You get meepers. Jeepers, meepers.
Maybe it's like a bell curve. 1 and 6 are both good, and then 3.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Really
Probably.
So I've actually got Kireek here. I should have moved. So you guys traveled like this up into the mountains, and now the start of this day, you're traveling down into the open savannah. Who would like to make the second roll on this d6, keeping in mind that you cannot roll a 1, since that's already been rolled for this journey? Who would like to go ahead and make a roll for this leg?
I can do it.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, Red.
Okay, here we go. Okay, it's a 4.
It's
so
a
now we
4.
find out if it's a bell curve.
Fantastic. So, traveling on, you enter into open grasslands, which the grasslands that you enter are nothing like the Greenway. Those grasses, they were kind of well worn, and at their highest would only get to kind of like knee height. There's a lot of like flowers in them too, a lot of different things. Here the grasses stand almost 4 feet tall and obscure your vision wherever they grow. But where you cannot see well along the ground, you at last have an unobscured view of the sky. With only the occasional acacia tree to mar your view, the splendor of the perpetual sunrise sunset is yours to behold. Although the mountains behind you obscure the horizon, over the course of the day, the sun and moon rotate about the sky in their long, slow dance, giving you a perfect view of both, though never easily at the same time. Out into the grasslands. And I'm curious, how does everyone... who thinks it's sunrise and who thinks it's sunset? Like, what do your characters feel looking at it? Kireek.
Interestingly, if one were to observe Kireek, he would just be looking very, like, mildly quizzically at the sky for a lot, but he's never gonna actually, like, bring it up. Unless someone were to ask.
I'm just curious for Austin and the audience. Tris, do you have... What does Tris see? Sunrise or sunset?
I think Triss sees sunset, but I also have a question. Are we seeing the same half of the moon above the horizon, or is the moon rotating so we see like a different crater pattern slowly over the course of the day?
That's good.
Is the moon tidal locked to this
Yeah,
inevitably flat plane?
I think the answer is that it is Saloon is the moon, which is funny because that's also the name of the goddess.
Right.
Oh wait, no, that's Toril's moon.
It's the same moon. Don't think about it.
It's Noctos, excuse me.
We all look up at the same moon.
Wow, really makes
Except
you
we
think,
don't,
doesn't it?
because we're in the landscape and there are different kinds of moons.
That's no moon.
What? Hold on.
Austin's gotta look up science facts because the physics guy.
I don't.
I love the lore
no,
question.
it's
Still
all the
lies
There's a
to the end.
lore.
That's
There's
the
a
important
lore
thing.
thing about Noctos that is not important at all now, but seems crazy to me.
Oh.
Good question. Is it rotating? I'm gonna say that it is still here.
Aw, that's boring.
It's always a crescent, actually. It's
What?
not a full
That doesn't
moon,
make any
it is
fucking
perpetually
sense.
a crescent.
No, it's directly
no,
opposite the sun.
no,
It's a full
it
moon.
doesn't
Directly opposite
make-
the sun.
No,
Wait, what's casting
it
a
doesn't
shadow?
No, it doesn't make any sense. Correct.
Magic is real,
There's
guys.
some more bullshit about this. Did someone take a bite out of it? What is this shit?
I bet you can see stars behind the silhouette of the moon, the crescent moon as well. huh?
Boo, boo, I say. This is pissing me off.
It's actually just the station.
Katya,
Actually, just
wait, do you think it's
yeah.
rising or setting, Katya?
Well, it seems that my staff of possibility has recharged, so as far as my circadian rhythm is concerned, it is dawn. And in 8 hours
Okay.
or so, it'll be dusk. And I think I'm going to just tell myself that every day the entire time we are here.
And Garou?
Oh, sunset, baby. He is
It's sunset.
dreaming of the lair of eternal night, but he has not been in Brux for a while, so occasionally you guys catch Garou sort of standing awestruck at the landscape, and occasionally he gets down on all fours and disappears into the grass and scares one of the company members.
I'm
That's
sure the
crazy.
guards fucking love
That's
that.
crazy. Why are you doing this?
Actually, that does remind me, Red, I would like you to retroactively just roll me a straight charisma check for the conversation you had with Yazid.
Sure. I would love for this to
As
be
long as we're rolling
good.
stuff, Austin, do we roll for weather on this plane?
Oh yes, you do. Thank you for bringing that up, because
That
if you
charisma
get
check
rain,
is a
then that
17.
is 17 is excellent. 17, that's excellent.
Yeah.
Out here, and you're right, Kireek. So, let's start a track down. Kireek, why don't you be the first one to roll for weather for me?
Sure.
2d6. Because if you do end up getting a storm, that does expose you to the rain.
Fuck.
Ah, Christ.
Yeah, I was about to say. Oh,
Okay,
man.
three.
Okay.
3? 3 is a becalmed day. It is as still as it can get. The grass doesn't even move in the wind.
Nice.
I'll take it.
Well, you guys
We
see
gotta
get
that
some
Garou
umbrellas.
shuffling.
Yeah. I think Kireek actually will speak up. In the telepathic bond, one of you guys catch him just kind of like staring up at the sky, and he just kind of like, the firmament. Why is it like that?
I've been asking myself the same question since we got here.
It's, you know how normal days that are not in this plane have changes throughout? Triss, you would know this. The material plane has a sort of cycle to it.
Yes.
This plane is broken up into pieces. So last time we were on a layer of perpetual midday, and now dusk or dawn, depending on how you like to look at things.
And deeper below, perpetual night.
The moon's in the wrong place for what it looks like, though. That's bothering me. That's going to bother me the whole time we're here. I can just feel it.
This is a world where magic is
there
real. I feel like we
informed
cannot
of this.
possibly be worried about moon shapes.
You get a little character bleed there, Red.
It's gonna annoy both of us. Me and
Triss
are
never looked
shaking
at a
hands
map.
on this.
McGee cares an awful lot about the shape of a moon.
Stargazing keeps me calm. It's very useful. I'm conscious when I trance. It's nice to have something to look at.
You know,
that does
some
something
cultures
interesting.
navigate by the stars.
Yes, it's fairly useful. You know, when you're flying over unknown terrain, and a map would be useless regardless.
I swear to God, I don't know how I need to. Katya just like mutters in her brain about like, no one in this party seems to care about like information that can be helpful to communicating
You
with
had
others.
the name of my nearest city last time, okay? You've been spoiled. I don't know what it is though. I didn't write it down.
I have been informed of the cycles, but I have not experienced it for myself. What are all these colors?
Oh,
They're beautiful, aren't they?
I did not
sky.
expect these celestial bodies to do that. What is that one?
And he points to the moon.
that is called the moon.
Noctis here in Brux.
And around it, those twinkling lights.
Those
Stars.
are stars.
What are they?
He's never experienced a sunrise or a sunset before. He's lived
is
in
so
Kragala the whole time.
Yeah.
I need to impress upon how wild this is for Kireek.
Well,
Austin, are the stars also moving when the sun and moon move? Like, are the stars, like, is the sky fixed and it's just rotating around the planet? Or are the sun and moon moving relative to the stars in the sky?
New stars appear as the sun and moon move around.
Sick.
So the stars are
that's so weird.
stationary. The stars are stationary and become visible as the sun and moon rotate. It is still Solera. It's I mean, how could you prove it, right? You can't go visit it, but it is widely believed that this is the same sun as Kragala, but that you're only getting partial of it, and that Noctos
Okay.
is the same moon in Karasuthra, so you're only getting part of it.
well,
I can see this model working. If Kragala is it's flat against, and the sun's directly over it, and then Brux is like perpendicular to Kragala and rotating like a gear. And then the moon's on the bottom.
some scholars.
I've got it. I've
Doing too
cracked the
much.
code.
Some scholars.
You're
would-
doing
Brain
too
is
much.
rotating like a gear.
It's just
Guys,
magic. baby.
it's magic.
Don't-
Magic
you're
is
doing too
real.
much.
I'm made of magic. I know how magic works. This is not magic. This is some bullshit.
Many scholars consider the stars to be sort of balls of intense heat and light and gas. But it differs from plane to plane, and interestingly, something that I like to believe is that in the astral sea, those stars are often petitioners of sorts. They are people at rest. It is not necessarily the most scientific approach, but I think it is nice to think of a world where you get to hang out in the sky and look at what goes on.
Garou rather absent-mindedly asks, "Have you been out there?"
The astral sea? I have. Not for long. Well, I don't think it felt like very long, but time doesn't move there, so hard to say. It's, you know the river, Oceanus and all that it leads to? It's kind of a big version of that, but full of stars. And sometimes get Yankee, but try to avoid those.
It's beautiful.
Again,
it has
like-
this pest problem they call Get Yankee.
Again, like you guys can see Garou kind of he's almost childlike as he's looking up at the sky and enjoying the environment here. And he walks up to Kireek, says, "This plane truly is beautiful, isn't it?"
Beautiful.
Katya, you see Garou and Kireek staring off at the crescent moon with the stars around it in that like little patch of sky that is deep midnight blue where the sunset does not quite reach, where it just starts to taper off. And with your passive perception of 20, you are the first one to feel in your feet, and you
Oh,
look
this
down
is
and
the
you see little bits of
Boars.
gravel
All over again.
begin to shake and dance. And as other people start to
We need to
feel it and
run.
notice something's wrong, Katya, you turn around and you see a dust cloud approaching. Underneath it,
Boars.
elands, these massive antelopes.
No, not the beer of boars.
These giant
the
antelopes,
deer.
they got like kind of like a skin that like the neck, a kind of like skin like sways the bottom. These big curved horns, stripes on the side. They are massive antelopes, and they are thundering, stampeding towards you right now. We are going to enter a skill challenge to avoid being crushed by the antelope. And there are the 4 of you, but also, of course, the blackened rings to contend with. We're going to do what I'm a new mechanic. What I'm terming a mini skill challenge. So each one of you is going to get 1 action. Usually, I have some sort of like successes. I need you guys to hit 7 before you have 3 failures. This is going to be 1 round, 1 encounter round, so to speak. Everyone gets 1 thing they can do. It doesn't have to be an action. It could be something, that's a couple actions, or, maybe you have an ability that you want to use, an ability check. It doesn't have to be literally 1 action, but you're going to get 1 opportunity to act, and we're going to see how many successes you can accumulate, and if 4 successes is complete success, all the way down to presumably this won't happen, but 0 successes, complete failure, and each number of successes has some sort of tier. So if you only get 3 successes, there's a penalty, but a small one. Only 2 successes, a larger penalty. Only 1 success, pretty big penalty, and of course, complete failure. Something very bad happens. I'm sure we won't have complete failure. But as the eland all approach, thundering, and you guys are all about to get Mufasa'd, who would like to act first?
Katya's got something immediately.
Katya's got something. Go for it.
Yes, sensing this early.
Do you have something for everyone, or just you? Or
I will reach into my head of holding, pull out the shard of glass, and quickly draw a line through the air, and I'm going to pop up a 100-foot-long wall of force that kind of like curves around the front of the whole group, so that if any deer run at us, they can't actually hit anyone in the group.
Katya, that is such a perfect use of the spell. I'm going to call for no roll. That is immediately going to work. How tall is that wall of force?
Let's see. It can be made up of 10-foot by 10-foot panels, so I don't necessarily need the whole 100-foot length, so if it would behoove me to like make it 50 feet and then it goes up, the additional 50, that would be fine too. So whatever I think is...
Additional 10, I think. But yes, I understand what you mean. Yeah, double the height. Half the length means double the height. Fantastic. That is immediately going to cut off a bunch of them. You go and cast the spell. You watch... Vroom, the air, it's now. I imagine a wall of force is still mostly translucent when Katya casts that. Is that correct? Kind of pinkish tint. So yeah, you kind of get this. It's weird watching the sunset through the pinkish tint as everything. But you see this like shimmer as this wall of force comes over.
Of deer.
Yes. Yeah, the antelope. The elands start to move and veer around it. A lot of them, some of them crash in, and then the rest of them start to see and part around it. Which is the good news. The bad news is that some of them are going to circle back in. Some of them are going to jump over even at 20 feet. As a few of them like tumble and hit the wall, some of them are going to stampede and come up over. So they're not completely gone, but that is no roll necessary. That is a perfect use of the spell. 1 success. 3 more people to go. Who else would like to contribute to this skill challenge?
How many members of the Blackened Rings are here?
There are, I think, 5 other members of the Black Rings. Let me double check. I believe it is Yazid, the Acolyte, and then 3 members of the Rank and File.
Okay, so, perfect.
Yes,
all of us
3 members
9
of the rank
total.
And file.
Yes.
Yes, 5 members plus you 4s. Yeah.
Kireek still has the carpet.
I have the carpet.
Great. I can upcast fly on 3 of the members of the Blackened Rings who can carry the other 2. At half movement speed, but we don't need to get very far. We just need to get up.
Okay.
And I can pop my wings as a bonus action, so I won't even need to waste one of the spell castings on me. So if I cast fly at the 6th level, that gives me 4, actually. 3rd level is only 1. So 2, 3, 4. That will let me cast it on 4 people. And then with the carpet, we will all have a fly speed and presumably just be able to kind of move up and out of the danger zone.
Okay. Well, carpet is someone else, but...
Yes.
But yeah, you go ahead and cast fly, and who are you going to cast? So you're not going to cast it on members of the party, you're going to cast it on...
Blackened Rings. I'm casting it on
Blackened
Yazid.
Rings.
I'll trust the Acolyte to handle himself because it feels gauche to cast a spell on another spellcaster without asking first. But
That's very cute. I like that.
Yeah, Yazid and I guess the 3 guards.
Yeah, for sure. You watch
Yeah.
as they're pulling
One
out
of you
weapons,
carry
they're
that
getting
one.
ready, and they
Yeah.
all start to kind of tumble. Well, there's going to be space on the carpet for one more.
Ah, true.
You all start to they start to. Oh, what am I thinking of? It must be some Peter Pan thing where they sprinkle on like
The fairy
they
dust
sprinkle
in
they
it,
start
yeah.
to kind of float and spin around first before they get an actual
Yeah.
sense of flying. But yeah, you watch as they all start to fly up. At this point, the wall of force. Can the wall of force take damage? I don't think it can, right?
It can.
That's
it,
a wall of stone.
It doesn't take damage. Doesn't have hit points. It just kind of is up unless I lose
Yeah, it's just-
concentration. So unless Katya
I was
takes
gonna say,
damage,
it's
concentration, right.
invulnerable.
Yeah.
I think unless
Yeah.
you cast a disintegrate, it doesn't break. Fantastic.
Yes.
You do see, yeah, the
It's hard to
Elans are
disintegrate,
starting
dear.
to. Just carve a hole through. They're not deer, by the way. They're antelope. You see, they all start to float up, and as some of the eland horns come and just catch underneath their feet as they just barely graze high enough to not get stampeded. No roll necessary on that one. That's a second success. That is going to be Kireek and Garou. What would you like to do to ensure that everyone is going to be safe for during the stampede?
So it's Kireek, Katya, Garou, and then I suppose the spellcaster in the blackened rings that
Yes,
have yet
you are the
to-
4 people left.
Okay. Would there be a check to get the carpet out and for everyone to get on and then just to fly up?
Yeah, let's make it a DC 10 dexterity check to see if you can get the whole thing out fast enough to get everyone aboard.
Okay. If there's a check, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to teleport.
Okay.
I could have teleported me and up to 8 willing creatures, so that would have been everyone, but I suppose I'll just teleport the ones that don't need to fly. I'll just
Alright, where you-
teleport. I can choose a location that I can see, and I'll just teleport behind the antelope stampede. They're going in one way. They're
Can we
moving
see
in
him
a
behind
direction.
yet?
I don't know.
We don't know
Do
how
I?
big the.
I mean, if this is some
Great
Mufasa
question.
shit, it might be a little while before we
It's
see the
pretty
end of the
long,
herd.
but you can see you have perfect vision in either direction, so you could get pretty far. Like, you can see miles left and right, so if you want to go in either direction to be out of the way of the stampede, you could absolutely do that. Okay.
I'll do that.
So you're going to circle everyone up. What do you say to the acolyte to get them to come over?
If you hold on, that I can see within 10 feet, I'm just going to move within 10 feet of the acolyte.
Okay.
Don't need permission.
Does it say
Nah.
willing creature?
Oh, yeah, true. It does say willing creature. Then I will say.
I mean, not that
I
they're
will-
going to necessarily resist, but I'm just curious.
come
what
with
does
me
Kireek
if you want
say?
to live.
Always a classic.
Yeah.
With your consent, I will translocate us out of here.
You see the Earth Acolyte is holding up the staff, and ground around him is starting to glow. He's going to cast some sort of wall of stone thing, and then looks over at the sheer volume of antelope that are coming at you, and gives a singular nod.
Okay.
Is there
let me
any
see
risk
here.
if you're teleporting to a place you can see, or does it just work?
I don't know. It doesn't. It doesn't say. It says of your choice that you can see within range, or single. 8 willing creatures you can see within range. The destination must be known to you. Oh, okay, interesting. The destination you choose must be known to you. Must be on the same plane of existence as you. I suppose technically it would classify then as a either seen casually or viewed once thing. Because
I think if you can see it,
I think if it's
you're
within sight
Yeah.
distance, you're.
I'm gonna rule that because you're literally looking at it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna rule it as a very familiar.
Oh
And
yes,
if you're
actually,
trying to get-
very
if you-
familiar. One of the conditions is very familiar is or a place you can see when you cast the spell. Yeah.
great.
Man, I'm just as smart as the rest of these designers.
You got your finger on the
there
pulse
there is a
of-
25% chance of a mishap, but
Yeah.
but that's only a 25. Only a 25% chance. So go ahead, roll your D100, and let's
Oh,
see if you can
God.
get everyone to safety.
Let me roll my
If you leave me
manifestation
alone with
first.
these guys, if you teleport everyone somewhere and it's just me.
Everyone, you guys wanted to do your cool stuff, so.
No, you're
I
right.
let
You're
you do
right.
it.
Sorry.
Yeah. Let me manifest this first. Okay, I take full strain, but that's okay. And then I roll a d100.
Or you could do a d20 or a d4.
92.
92, fantastic. With perfect precision, everyone's standing. You get everyone and teleport them. Everyone's standing in the exact same position as they were. Like, no one's ground is even rocked from this perfect teleport as you just shunt everyone about 3/4 of a mile to the left.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, this is kind of a challenge for Wally, because it's basically all your friends have successfully moved everyone out of the way, bought you enough time. But this is a skill challenge. We do need to complete it. Whatever you do is probably going to end up being very easy, because everyone's already in safety. But I'm curious, what does Garou do? What will Garou do? Now, does Garou do something maybe before you teleport, right? Like, all these things can be happening simultaneously. Does Garou want to do something?
Which is the Stampede in the same direction that we're heading?
No, it's perpendicular. It's crossing.
Okay.
You guys are, again, traveling west. Yazid would just refer to it as towards the Blackstone Lodge, but you guys are heading, quote, west, and the Stampede is basically heading north.
Okay. All right, yeah. My original thought was to polymorph into one of these creatures and redirect the whole pack. But seeing as, for the most part, everybody seems to have it covered. So, yeah, there's not much Garou will do here, except just ready any sort of help action he can to either throw people up in the air or jump onto the carpet, or help Kireek convince people to accept the translocation.
Okay. How do I want to narrate this? Again, this is the first time I'm using one of these what I'm calling a mini skill challenge, so that, or what did I call before? These shorter skill challenges, so that, we don't eat up a huge amount of time. Yeah, 3 successes. I mean, narratively, everyone has been saved, and yeah, if you go ahead and help, I guess I'll go ahead and say that this is successful, that we don't need to. This is going to be a complete success. Everyone is accounted for, so
Yay.
Gonna call that a complete success on the Stampede skill challenge. The flyers join the teleporters as the Stampede of Elands disappears into the distance, the cloud of dust, the only remnants of them that's left. And Yazid looks around at everyone who was saved via flying, thanks to Triss, and the Acolyte who was saved thanks to the teleportation, and gives a nod and says, "Fast thinking. We could have made some tunnels, maybe some walls, but no guarantee that would have kept all of us from getting trampled." That was very, very good at quick acting.
Oh, always happy to help.
He's good to
You
lean
see
on.
that. You see Yazid says, "I think it's as good a place as any. We've been traveling for most of a day now to set up camp," and starts ordering people to grab sticks so that they can get a fire going and to set up tents. That is the encounter for this leg of the journey. There's going to be 3 nights, 3 days here, 2 nights slept here. This is the first of the 2 nights. What are people going to do about shelter on this first night, knowing that the rain is going to come tonight?
Hi. Katya will walk over to the geomancer guy who was about to do a wall stone before. I can't help but notice that you have a spell that can create large slabs of stone. I was wondering, perhaps, for the benefit of the whole group, if maybe we made big wall of stone over top of us to not get rained on? We're in this big open area. We've got all the time to cast a spell in the world, no?
Yeah, give me a moment. I'm bringing up exactly how this spell works. Where is... There we go.
even just a tilted slab to help keep rain off?
You ask that, and he kind of goes, "It does not work like that. It lasts 10 minutes only."
The wall of stone only lasts 10 minutes?
It lasts 10 minutes only.
This is Sophia asking Austin. I didn't realize this, but I thought it was just like that.
Yeah.
Really?
No, I know. I was just answering as
is that
the
a
acolyte 'cause I thought
2024
it was
change?
funny.
I could have sworn that it was permanent. Maybe I'm thinking of like Move Earth or something.
Oh,
Anyway.
maybe if you concentrated on it for the whole time, actually. Let me double check here.
Could you upcast
You're
it
right,
and
I-
make it last longer?
I am going to. This guy can't do that.
Okay.
It is as the acolyte says. It lasts 10 minutes only.
Boo.
Instantaneous concentration up to 10 minutes.
Shaped stone or something? Maybe
I
it's a
might be
different
thinking of
spell.
like Move Earth or something, but I could have sworn.
Nope. If you maintain your concentration on the spell for its full duration, the wall becomes permanent and can't be dispelled. You are correct.
Oh.
Good catch, Sophia.
There we go.
Go ahead, make a persuasion check from make a persuasion check from Katya. Low DC. You did just save their lives.
Yeah, can I give her advantage because I just saved their lives?
I don't need it. I got 18 total.
Okay. Great.
You see, he clicks his tongue. He says, instead of saying all those other things, since he knows how the spell works, he goes, "I suppose it was to keep everyone safe from sick rain. Warning though, stone is very cold. It will still be chilly."
Perhaps between your magic's mine and she'll gesture to Triss and the Ice Queen over there, we'll find a way to make a small fire, no? You do
She
so
make it
much
more
ice
cold.
damage, dude.
You should make
No,
it more cold. I would make separate for her. She make colder.
This is wise.
I mean, if you insist.
Okay. Casts Wall of Stone makes basically just a not a lean-to in the sense of like with sticks. I'm thinking of like when I used to go camping and there were these like three-sided buildings that would have a roof that overhung a little bit, but the stone comes up out of the ground. There's like still a bunch of dirt and like roots clinging to it as it comes up out of the ground. And you'll have some shelter. That will mean
Nice.
no rain. And unless you do something to piss off the blackened rings, every night for the rest of the journey you will be safe. So it's 4 nights. This is night 2. 5 days, so 4 nights. This is night 2, and you guys are able to take your rest. Does anyone want to do anything before you take your long rest?
Yeah.
I'll make a fire with a transmuted ray of frost.
That's
to show
crazy.
that I'm
Sorcery point. Just the
That's
I don't
You-
have
you s-
fire cantrips. I have frost cantrips.
You made
what
face at
level
Ice
is
Queen.
Ray of Frost is a cantrip?
Yeah.
Ray of frost is a cantrip.
Yeah, you watch as a bunch of like scraggly branches are brought together, these really dry little bits, and start to assemble. Yazid brings out a flint and steel, and you go.
No, it's like a little precise laser.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
a ray.
It's a precise ray on a small pile of sticks that immediately like scatters them. They all catch into
No!
fire, and yeah, it's a tiny. It's like a bullet of fire.
If
It's
it
not
does
like a
that, then I
match.
don't want to do it in front of everybody else.
Relax,
If
it's
that happens-
funny. It's funny, Red.
Okay.
You see, yeah, and there's they kind of yelp and like start to use one of the other sticks they hadn't put on the fire. You have to like scoop them all back together so that they're all contained. Push them back into the little hole that had been dug to keep the fire stable.
This is why she usually does ice.
You see the acolyte looks at Katya and goes,
Katya will give him a sort of resigned, like, what can you do, shrug?
Who narrated the spell like that? Not me. I'm just saying.
"It's a bolt. You shoot
Ice is a
people with it.
precision
It is not
instrument."
it is not a tiny little like you light fires with a match, right? Or like a couple
It's-
sparks."
The ray of frost is a beam. It's a beam of
Yeah,
light. And then
if
it
you
does
shot a
cold.
beam of fire,
As I assume this debate happens in
Imagine
real
a
time
very
between
short
Triss and the
spurt
voice
from a
of God,
flamethrower.
Katya will plop herself down around the fire and start shuffling the deck of silly things invitingly, just to see if anyone bites.
yeah, all the soldiers at this point, having saved their lives, all the soldiers are typically on a pretty still don't like Garou, but they are otherwise on a typically like pretty like good what's it, not good basis, what's the word I'm looking for, they have like a good relationship, right? They're a little more, they're a little more casual. They still understand that you are technically prisoners, they're ferrying,
sure,
but they've seen what you're capable of. It's not like, they keep their weapons with them still, and they're still going to keep watch on you, but at this point the notion that you might try to kill them in their sleep is mostly past. So they will one by one. We don't have to play out all of the soldiers, but they will one by one each take their turns, and also Yazid will step in.
I can answer any question. You just have to ask it and draw a card. It passes time, if nothing else.
You see Yazid considers and says, "There's really only the one question any of us want our answer to. Will we live to see the end of the contract?"
Draw a card, friend. And Austin, if you could roll a D20 and a D4.
And a D4?
Yeah.
That's a 10 and a 4.
All right. You have drawn the image of pandemonium, the howling.
Oh, God.
You have to scream everything for the next 10 minutes.
No.
It is a chaotic image for sure, opposed to the other side of the card representing harmony. And it is a chaotic job that you take on. But from chaos often comes clarity. You may not be able to see your way through at this point, but it is there. And should you pursue your goals admirably and remain true to what is safest and best for you and your allies, from the chaos you will find your clarity.
Shrug says,
Shouts.
I don't know. I don't know that I would have expected anything clearer.
That is the fun of the cards. No incense cost, and you get an answer of sorts. Great Wheel's not really fond of clarity in general.
Guess not. Well, with that, Yazid is going to turn in. The watches start. Anything else anyone wants to take care of before this second rest?
There's something that Kireek is very curious about ever since coming to Brux, but he doesn't want to necessarily bring other people along for the ride. But he also realizes now that he's in the company of the Blackened Rings, this might be suspicious. So I think while Katya is inadvertently distracting everyone
Showmanship.
with her deck of silly things, and this might not work at all. The text in D&D is frustratingly vague. Teleport must be on the same plane of existence as you. It doesn't say anything about layers of the same plane of existence.
I have considered the I don't know if this is literally rules as written, but I have considered the different planes to be different subsections of this. So you need a plane shift to get between, because you do need plane shift to go between the different layers. That's why they have different tuning forks. So I think of teleport as right now teleport will get you anywhere on Brux.
Gotcha. All right then. Kireek will try to teleport to the Grove of the Unicorn, and then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah. An excellent, very very good Noir, a good thing to test out. But yeah, you feel that you get a feedback the same way when you take a lot of strain, trying to do something that is impossible for this power to do. So,
although plane shift is 7th level, and fifth order powers are kind of similar to 7th level powers.
I just spent a whole session trying to learn the tuning fork alignment for different layers of the Beastlands. I feel like if teleport is meant to be an equivalent to, or equivalent to plane shift, probably should operate on the same rules.
I think you're
actually teleport is also 7th level.
Is also 7th level. Yep, that's why I made it.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm always right. People are always surprised though. Fantastic. Okay, anything else before you go to sleep?
Garou will like to go foraging, if possible.
Yeah, during the long rest, you will have enough time to forage. Let me get out. Druid secrets of the primal crow circle.
Before he leaves, though, he will make sure to talk to you. He says, I will be back, merely foraging. You have my things, and my compatriots cannot go far without them.
Where would you go? All right, go ahead and make your forage check. You only have enough time for one.
Yep. Not great. That is a 9.
A 9 is not going to be high enough to find anything.
Okay.
But you spend your time wandering around. You see some of the life of the savannah here. The occasional, as you're walking around, you see a pangolin go past.
Oh, pangolin.
Long and scaled. That was a really loud cat.
I know, she just rusted in.
You see a house cat just run through. You see a pangolin, long and scaly, long tail. It's got a bunch of babies clinging to its sides as it walks past.
Aww.
Yeah,
You see-
once again, Garou just lets his mind wander.
Hey.
You
Picks at
see,
the brand a little bit.
you come across, as you wander, you look at the brand, you come across the place where the Stampede had been, and everything is completely trampled, mowed down, and you see that there is a dead eland here, this giant ant. I'm going to send a picture for you guys, I think. This
Yay.
giant
dead eland?
antelope. Yeah, it got trampled during the Stampede.
Wow. No honor among thieves.
Poor guy.
Does Garou do anything, or just move on?
No. Garou will approach the corpse, and he will say, sort of out into the ether, the stars, whatever. He says, Malar. You are a god of the hunt, balance. To what the druids sought. A harmony, a pull, and a push, a dance. Much like these two. Not across the skies, but across the cosmos themselves. It was not my kill. And yet, an unfortunate and uncaring act of nature. Give this one some rest. Remember not cruelty or bloodthirst, but an aspect of death that nature holds. That is what I learned in the book. And he will take out... well, actually, he doesn't have any of his tools with him. So with his bare hands, he will sort of rip open the corpse, let a little bit of blood trickle, and he will... I don't know if its eyes are open, but he will close its eyes, say a silent prayer. He says, nature is not cruel. It's not just. It just is. And for that, I'm grateful for surviving another day.
You hear no response, and it feels to you, for all the world, like you're talking to yourself. Fantastic. The night comes. Kireek,
Yeah.
you sleep. And as you sleep,
Yeah.
you dream.
Okay.
You're on your back in the pool of the Grove of the Unicorn, the sun shining down on you. Warm, cradled by the water, you close your eyes and sink below, feeling the water pulling gently at your feathers. You float suspended there for a few minutes, until you'll feel your breath start to run out. But as you move, as you rise to try to break the surface of the water, you come into contact with something that is not the air. Glass. You open your eyes and you see that you are no longer in the pool. You are in the enucleator, staring out the inside of the nautiloid, and a familiar illithid standing in front of the tank. The vivisector Uzveldothr reaches out and caresses the glass gently in front of your face.
Did you think you would be rid of me so easily?
Jail for
Perhaps
Austin.
my time away has made me naive. I should have guessed that you, of all people, have a way to subvert death.
How does he phrase this?
Death for the illithid is just a new becoming. Usually one with the elder brain, the hive mind, the true consciousness. But that was robbed of me. Karmic, considering all you have robbed. What I have wrought is... what is the word they use? Beautiful. You are just too blind even now to see it. I had hoped you would have learned better. But despite all the gifts I've given you, you are still foolish. Better a fool than a subjugate.
Pew, 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 pew.
This I have experienced firsthand. But I am subjugate no longer. Can you say the same for certain? Are these to be my...
Hold on. How would I phrase this?
Is this to be how things are, then? Liberated from you during the day, tormented by you by night. I suppose that is for both of us to discover.
He has questions, but he doesn't want to ask them because he's afraid of the answer.
Stop it. Stop it. Get that smirk off your face.
You say the illithid, their consciousnesses are connected by your elder brain. You say you were robbed, yet here you are. Do I suffer a similar fate, then?
What Kireek is asking is he also connected to the hive brain consciousness by virtue of Uzveldothr being there and being able to speak to Kireek in his dreams?
Ooh, spooky.
I know not, loath as I am to say it.
He caresses the glass in front of your face once more with a tentacled hand.
Loath as I am to say it, I believe we may be in this together.
The dream starts to fade. Is there any final thing Kireek would like to say?
Long have you been the voice that I bear, the one that makes people cower at me. But you have never been the voice in my mind that speaks to me. I accept the challenge of you trying to usurp that.
And with that, it is dawn, as it always is.
Or is it?
Kireek, you awake. Or is it?
It's dusk. You
Fantastic,
asked, it's
everyone. Well rested. Now, the rest of your journey, you've already had your encounter for the Savannah journey. There is one more day, one more night. You have now figured out, though, a safe way to sleep. So, is there anything anyone wants to accomplish during this next day and night?
Oh, roll for weather?
Yes, please. Let's pass it on
Stop
to Red.
reminding
Thank you. I appreciate the catching.
We just figured
for
out a way
me,
to dodge
Noir.
the rain at night, and now we
Red.
might need to dodge the rain during the day.
Yes, excellent.
Oh.
Actually, Red, go ahead and roll for weather,
we have
please.
to roll for rain. We have to roll for rain. We
It's a
have to roll
D6,
for weather.
right?
Oh,
2d6.
2d6. Okay.
2d6.
It is a 7.
7.
Dead average on
Favorable.
2d6. Yay.
Favorable.
Okay.
The
Oh, yeah.
wind's a little bit stronger, pushing the grasses. They sway a lot more now. You can hear them rustling all around. It's actually surprisingly loud. Just the sheer amount of grass that is rustling against each other. It is actually, it's not deafening, but it's pretty constant, and perhaps grating on you if that's the sort of thing that bothers you. But there is no rain, and you're able to travel through the whole day. And actually, as you travel, let me go ahead and move you along the map here. So you're going to go 1 and then 2,
just
a
gonna
little bit
ignore those
closer, and
roaming
then over
hyenas,
here.
I guess.
Well, we already let that
You
guy
move
go.
away from the roaming hyenas. Hyenas are, they'd mentioned this before, that's why they had one with them. Hyenas are one of the bigger problems of this kind of open savanna here. It's not anyone's domain, and so you just get these like random packs of hyenas. But you do see that there is, let me reveal just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
Oh.
There we go. You can see that there is a forest here. As you cross the final miles of the open savanna, the horizon begins to fill with trees. Ahead of you is a great forest, but not one like you've ever seen before. As the edge of the forest becomes visible in the distance, you see that the details of it are obscured by a deep, thick mist. It hangs steady in the air, opaque as milk, not even buffeted by the winds you feel. Only the very tops of the trees and the trunks that are closest to the edge of the forest are visible to you. And as it becomes visible in your journey, you start to turn northwards, moving now parallel to the edge of the forest. Yazid is taking it so that you guys do not need to that you will not be passing through the actual woods.
What's over there? Katya will point at the misty forest.
Yazid looks, says, "Oh, they just call it the mists. It's they kind of look confused and look back, and then they're recalling. They say it's the domain of the Wolf Lord and the Cat Lord.
Ooh.
Garou
It's
frowns.
things are not great in there. From our understanding, we were warned beforehand by the Blackstone Lodge not to enter if we didn't have to, and those fuckers mean business. So if they say a place is too dangerous, then best to steer clear. Yeah, we haven't sent anyone in there, and I have a suspicion if we did, we wouldn't see them again.
Good enough warning for me. I don't know if I can make a perception check to see if Katya, as we're going, can like spot anything staring into the forest. Just sort of like keeping an eye
Yeah,
out.
go ahead, make a perception check.
Yeah.
Does your third eye allow you to see through opaqueness?
It's a natural 20. Plus,
Oh, maybe it does.
plus 10, so technically that's a 30 total.
Fuck, dude.
Jeez.
I want to know the cat lord's social security number.
Cat Lord, what about the wolf? There's a wolf in there.
You stand there and you look into the forest across miles. It's miles away. But the distance between you and the prowl, its proper name is the prowl. Yazid only referred to it as the mists, but you and the prowl collapses, and a few things become obvious to you simultaneously. The first is that you recognize it.
Oh, yes.
It's the place that you've gone in your visions. These thick mists are obvious to you. The second is that you now know for certain, as you're seeing them in person for real, not in that dream trance-like state, but as you see them for real, you have been there before. For the first time, for the very first time, some piece of memory locked away scratches through, and you get just a little drip of you standing in that forest that behind that wall that blocks the rest of your memory away. You remember having stood there. And the last thing you notice, as the wind does move just a little bit of the fog, there's just a brief moment where you can see deeper, and you see a silhouette, a feline silhouette 25 feet tall, sitting in the woods. Tail twitches right, then left, and then the fog fills back in and completely vanishes.
Oh my god, she's the champion of the Wolf Lord.
I'm collecting them like the fucking Infinity Stones, baby.
No, sorry, just the fucking
The
cats.
rum-tum tugger is a curious cat.
Yeah, sorry. I have my pick of what cats gifts to put in the side chatter.
Milk!
This wouldn't seem most appropriate.
I think there's just like a shiver that runs down Katya's spine before she tries to like wrestle herself back to staring straight ahead with the rest of the group.
Katya, does anyone notice this reaction from you?
Yeah, can we do insight checks?
I mean,
Yeah,
I think
it's
she
like-
tries to hide.
I am asking Sophia if
That's
she would
okay.
allow, if one, she thinks anyone just does notice it, no roll required, or if she would like to leave it up to the dice, or if she thinks this is a private moment for Katya.
People can make checks if they want, but you have to specifically. I'm going to say that it's a relatively high DC because Katya is not trying to show this information elf.
Yes, set the DC.
Sick.
What do you think the DC is?
Honestly, like 20. Like it's tough. She's
Okay.
good at hiding shit.
A
Hell
DC
yeah.
20 insight then from those who would like to try.
She's good at hiding shit, and it's a tough.
Gonna roll for the random soldiers. No.
I would need to roll a 19 or a 20.
Ooh. I would have needed to only roll a 12, but I rolled an 8 instead, so.
Garou knows about the prowl. Garou has no qualms, has no curiosities about it. He's active. He has other problems right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Katya
Yeah,
just
fair
tries
enough.
to reintegrate with the group as naturally as though nothing had happened.
Excellent. Another day of traveling. Another night. This is night number 3 now. There will be, I believe, one more rest when you're on the far side of the river.
So we didn't roll for an encounter today.
3. You've already done this leg of the journey. Each biome,
Right, okay.
you're only going to roll once. So this one just happens to be very wide. It takes you a long time to cross, so it's multiple days. Depending on what you rolled, it could have happened on day 2 or 3 or whatever, depending on what the encounter was. It's just that one happened on the first day. So everything is good, and unless anyone wants to have any other interactions, then we are going to move on to the final leg of the journey. Yeah, Garou.
Yeah, Garou would like to visit Kireek on
Cool.
this upcoming night.
Yeah.
Okay.
The last. This is the second to last night. Everyone bedding down. The stone shelter made up for you. The firewood gathered and carefully placed so as not to be blown apart by Triss's fire.
Sorry for saving
Garou,
you
you
matches in a
Garou
private
has
moment
druid
with
craft, by the way. He can easily light and snuff out campfires. No problem.
I think I could do something
Well,
Let's
we
go
all
by the
have our
nature.
ways of solving problems. We all do things in our own ways.
I suppose by the nature of how the acolytes set up the tents, I suppose if you're going to Kireek, you're gonna go to Katya too. So
Well, I imagine that
Sure.
there's moments
You
where
guys if you want it to be that
unless
it's when
Kireek-
Katya's around
unless
the
you are-
campfire, you can have your own little moment or something.
sure.
I was gonna say, unless Kireek really doesn't want to have a private moment with Garou, then
Okay,
Garou is able to catch a moment. Katya's gonna go to the bathroom at some point.
Fair enough. Well, jeez, okay.
At these
But,
yeah, I mean,
around the
like,
campfire while she's doing more card readings around the campfire.
Piss by
yeah.
yourself,
Bucks.
handsome.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, you find Kireek.
Yeah, no, Kireek, I don't know. Kireek didn't really participate in the fortune telling the previous night because he was trying to see if he could translocate to the Grove of the Unicorn, which didn't happen. But now you kind of see that he's just kind of like he doesn't even have his like I guess he didn't have a bedroll to begin with, but I guess he was using the flying carpet as like a impromptu bedroll, or just like a pillow, like rolled up, But you can see that he doesn't even have that out. He's just kind of leaning against the stone wall that the acolyte had set up, just kind of fidgeting, I suppose.
Oh.
You get the sense that he's maybe a little anxious to get to bed tonight.
Oh, Garou will. I guess it's obvious. Garou doesn't have the greatest insight, but if it's obvious, Garou will walk up and he says, Kireek, are you all right?
Nothing I have not handled before.
Things are different. It's been a day, a couple days since we've killed both the Beholder and that creature that held you captive. I did think it does take time to readjust to freedom, and indeed the beauties of this plane help, and yet you still tremble.
Freedom.
An interesting word. One would need to know captivity to understand the notion of freedom. I did not know freedom when I was free. But now that I know the distinction, a decidedly unnatural distinction, these unnatural structures that have been placed in my mind, it seems I can only find myself with the notion that once you escape one prison, you simply find yourself in another.
These cages you find yourself in, ones of the mind, it seems, are not easy to escape. The world I once knew, traded for another world I do not know. Just when I think I understand it, it changes and it shifts upon me, and I find myself once again trapped. To make decisions, trapped in the decisions I can make to move forward. But Katya had made the distinction that there is a choice to be made. A choice I had recklessly taken from others, but a choice I see nonetheless. Now, with what I am about to do. And now, with what you must do. If you still feel trapped. There are always new choices to be made. Especially here.
Doubtless there are. She speaks true. And I have been truthful in my advice to you that when one is faced with an impossible decision, one must do it anyway.
There is always a choice.
As I said, nothing I have not handled before. But what of you? How do you fare? Your old hunting grounds. Your old captor. We approach.
Much like you. I've been made a monster over the years. The choice I made was to embrace it. And I must admit, the fear that came with the mask, the bloodlust that came as I channeled his power, it feels good. This sadness that now returns after all these years, it breaks my heart. I cannot see these skies the same way. I cannot see even you the same way. You've been made hideous, disgusting. But what Uzveljoth has done to you. And yet, despite all that darkness, I see the kindness in you. Monsters like you, monsters like me, are made to see not just in the light, but in the darkest of mankind and these creatures. And that insight reminds me that kindness, you remind me that kindness exists. And I hope that when I come face to face with Noir, I can find that kindness. But for now, I hold on to Malar's rage, because that is what I will need to remove Noir's head from his body.
Kireek takes it all in.
I do not know your quarrel with this person. If you think they deserve to be shown kindness, then that is your prerogative. But I do not dole out kindness because there is kindness to be doled out. I give it to those who are deserving, and I give it to those undeserving with the expectation that they may learn different.
I lack that judgment.
But I would not give my kindness to Uzveljoth. No, they are undeserving. I have no doubt in my mind that if I give them anything, they would take everything. Kindness. Cruelty is not unnatural.
Wait, no, hold on. No.
Cruelty is not natural. Neither is kindness. Both are constructs that man has made. That, for better or for worse, have colored these lands. Either can be used to color one's judgment. Both must be used discerningly.
Garou sort of slumps down, sits next to Kireek. He says, "Whatever causes you to tremble, just remember, you're the creature in the dark. They should be trembling before you."
That is exactly the thing I would have them not do.
Perhaps. But respect is to be had. You've done a great many things here, and perhaps fear may not be the accurate word. A reverence for who you are is important. A reverence that I have for you.
I acknowledge and accept this kindness. There is no reverence to be had with me. There is only atonement.
Find it. And Garou will get up.
As he departs. Yeah.
Pats
that your thing?
Kireek on the shoulder.
As he leaves, Kireek will call out and say,
I will say this, however. The kindness I dole out is the closest I feel to being free.
Garou stops for a moment, not facing Kireek at this point. Turns, nods, heads to bed.
Okay. Does everyone go to bed?
I think Katya would like to talk to Tris while the boys are having their convo. Just a little quick side.
Oh, fuck yeah.
She'll like sidle over around the fire
finish-
while
you
she notices like Garou and Kireek out of the
Finish
corner
up,
of
put
her
the cards
eyes.
away.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
See them in the shelter. Like, okay, no. Give them a minute. Go over to Tris.
Yeah. Sidebar.
You know prestidigitation create fires. Anyway, that's not why I came over here to say.
I don't know that cantrip.
crazy.
What do you make of this whole Noir situation that we find ourselves in?
Are we doing this telepathically, or are we?
I think she's saying it kind of under her breath. Katya will like look around to
okay.
see if anyone's listening, but I think by now we've created a sort of like
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
It's easy enough for you to get space to have a quiet conversation unless there's something very suspicious going on, like casting spells or something like that. If you just want to talk, you have space to do it.
Yeah. Well, my read on the situation is that these people, the Blackened Rings, are following the direction of somebody they see as their superior, whether in power or status, I can't quite tell yet. They don't seem to believe they have a choice, and it seems that any alternative they can conceive of they believe would be far worse than the limited privileges afforded to them by following their current trajectory. I'm hoping that we may be able to illuminate an additional path for them at some point in the future, but I'm afraid it all sort of comes down to how Garou handles the next few days.
I have a similar read on this situation. Katya will sort of like nod around to the group. These guys are mercenaries, perhaps more willing to be ruthless than some, but as someone who's been to the Hells, and to Acheron, although not every lair, that's long story. They're not that much worse than a lot of the Planescape. Their leader I cannot speak for, but I fear we are walking into a situation where that choice is going to be made for us. And I just kind of want to assess how willing we are to fight all of them.
I think that there are ways we can escape the situation without having to shed undeserving blood, if it comes down to that, but it's difficult. Ideally, I'd like to resolve this diplomatically, but this is not our battle to fight in certain ways.
It may not have been our battle originally, but they are clearly involved with whatever aberrant things are happening here. I'm not saying we shouldn't let Garou take his vengeance for his clan. Noir seems like an asshole from everything we've heard from, well, everyone. But I don't know that I want to go in there guns blazing and have all these people turn on us because we could not play at diplomacy for the rage of one party member.
I believe that Noir may have a better estimate of Garou's abilities than any of us. I do not think that we will be at danger of guns blazing, as it were, whatever that means.
Wow.
I think...
Whatever a gun is.
Whatever a gun is. So I assume it's some Planescape.
It's actually from the city of Brass. Never mind.
I've heard that phrase so many times in the last few days, and I haven't wanted to ask what that means. In any case, I believe, and the Blackened Rings that we're traveling with believe, that we are going to be civil with each other, that Noir will explain. Give us, the Unicorn Knights, the information that we may need to solve our mutual problem. Because whatever's going on with the water cycle in this plane, I can't imagine these people are responsible for it. They seem to be its victims more than anything.
Yes.
And we must remember that the true enemy is not in the Blackstone Lodge. The true enemy is out here somewhere, and it's our duty to hunt it down. And I believe we may be able to hide behind the badge, as it were. We do follow a higher, or at least a different power than Noir believes himself to be.
I am agreed with you in that regard. We have a very clear mission, and the Blackstone Lodge is not it. But I feel I should clarify, it's not the Noir I fear attacking us on sight. It is our, and she'll gesture to Garou, bugbear friend over there, who I suspect is going to throw the first punch. And we, as his party, ostensibly need to back him up on that.
I won't presume to make that decision for Garou, and I wouldn't dream of taking it from him. I'm afraid we may have to simply trust that he will do what he thinks is best, although I understand this may be difficult and perhaps even unwise.
I don't really have a solution. I guess I just wanted to see if I was the crazy one, or if... I don't know.
I think your concerns are completely understandable, for many reasons. But I am afraid that this is the best option in a series of bad situations that we found ourselves to navigate. Overpowering force does not seem to be the solution here, but I'm afraid it's all I can typically offer. So I've been trying a more diplomatic angle. I doubt Noir's mind will ever be swayed, but those that seem to be his horde, I think, could potentially be convinced to find the freedom they deny themselves, and they believe the world denies them.
Well, from what little I remember of Afrit, overwhelming power might just actually do you good. Didn't spend a lot of time interacting with them, but the city of Brass has its hierarchies, certainly.
Yes.
Anyway.
It certainly seems that this is a person who does not see the world as anything other than below them, ripe for the pillaging. It's a sentiment I'm familiar with, albeit in a rather darkened mirror, as it were. The dragons I'm familiar with are far more generous, and they see people as things to protect rather than things to own. But I understand the mindsets are not as dissimilar as I might hope.
Yes, it is easy to go from protection to, well, if you leave me and my horde, then you lose the protection and will die instantaneously. It's not so far a jump from, Well, if you leave my control, then I will kill you instantaneously. Though, I don't know these dragons. I will not make presumptions. Needless to say, I am glad to hear we are largely aligned in, if not trust, at least a sympathy for some of the members of the lodge, and our main goal, at least, is the same. Garou will not listen to me, and I don't trust him to not be leaping off of carpets fist first into a fight instead of waiting to see what the cards are played. You, however, are a bit stronger, so to speak. Just promise me you'll keep an eye out. That I am not
Both, if I can spare them.
the crazy one watching. I know that our bickering is not fun, but it is not something that I am doing because it's a trivial matter.
Of course, I apologize if it seemed as though I were dismissing your concerns. I find Garou... What you said of the blackened rings, they are not worse than others you've encountered in your travels. Garou is the same to me. Mixed up a little. Perhaps a product of his environment, and the unfairnesses that created these people as well. Desperation. But we are walking into a delicate situation, and I believe the best case scenario is one where diplomacy wins out, at least for now. There is a battle to be fought here, make no mistake. I do not believe that Noir can be avoided entirely.
For sure.
Nor should he. But I think if we can save that battle for another day. But again, the choice is Garou. I will do my best to keep an eye out, and if possible to mitigate damage, but I do not think I can promise to stop him.
I would not ask you to. I don't think any of us can promise to stop him. Let us just try not to let him drag the rest of us down with him, hmm? And Katya will sort of scoot back to the fire.
Great.
Excellent. Everyone goes to sleep?
Trance is
Or to
before
trance?
DM, I also have dark vision, just in case you forgot.
Yay.
That's why there's all these mists here.
Smart. If only I had infravision like in the earlier editions. Oh well.
You all go to sleep. Kireek. You have a normal night with no dreams.
Hey.
Son of a bitch. You motherfucker.
All right. Final leg of the journey. Can I get... I believe it's Sophia's turn to roll for weather as you travel the last bit.
This is
You're going to camp on the
2d6?
2d6. You're going to camp on the riverbank tonight and then cross it first thing in the morning.
That is a 5 total.
5 total, a light breeze, the wind down a little bit today. You make your way the last bit of the journey through the savannah. The river finally reveals itself to you, a wide and gentle thing. Gravelly shores give way to smooth flowing rivers. Rizid informs you that there are boats stashed a little ways up the river, where you can make your fastest and easiest crossing to Blackstone Lodge. So there will be a little more walking the next morning, but you're going to take your final rest here. Could I have, let's see, I believe Wally and Red have already gone. Sophia and Noir, who would like to roll to see what encounter is going to happen on this final leg of the journey crossing the river? Go ahead and roll me a d6. You cannot roll a 1 or a 4, so re-roll those, whoever's going. You going for it, Sophia?
Sure.
Go for it. I saw you reaching across. I wasn't sure. Go for it. 1d6.
That's a
And tell me what you get. 2.
Hey.
All right. Final night. You are all going to rest on the gravel here, kind of on the edge, and it's a nice place for making camp. It's an easy place to light the fire without having to worry about the grasses or anything. You can just kind of put the sticks in the bowl that you make just by pushing down in the gravel here. And since you rolled Katya, why don't you make me a perception or an investigation check as camp is being set up here?
Hell yeah, my dude. I'm gonna use one of my portent dice to give myself a 14 to bring it to a 24 total, because otherwise that was a 2 on the d20.
Okay, use a portent dice. And as you are looking around, you see that there are, in the stones here, there's lots of little bits of, at first you're not sure what they are. They're like bone, but they're black. You realize you're looking at, there's a bunch of like fossils in the rocks here, and there's some rocks are broken open and have a little bit of a shell. And as you're kind of noticing this, and you're setting up, like kind of laying down the bedroll, you notice that there is a round one that is like perfectly round. As you pick it up, you realize it is a fossilized crab with a rune stamped into the back of it.
The fuck?
Well, Katya will take fossilized crab, and she's going to plop herself down by the fire, and she's going to pull the pearl out of her cap, and as she sort of runs it through her fingers Fushigi style, I'm going to identify this bad boy.
Fantastic. You cast Identify. You can look up the magic item Fossilized Crab. Once per day. Once per day is a magic action. You can cast the spell Find Familiar, but you can only summon a crab.
Okay.
Weird
Actual first weird little dude.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
1, 2, and 4. You did not roll any of the the combat encounters for any of these legs of the journey.
Okay. Oh yeah.
You know, it's not a lizard where it's not like a medium lizard where his eyes are going 2 different directions. But hey, we'll take a small crab. We'll take a crab.
Crab eyes can also go in 2 different directions. They're prehensile.
Katya
They're
will
on
get
little
immediately
stops.
excited, and then she will stop and think to herself, and I'm going to go find Kireek.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you want to go find Kireek, is what you said? You can find Kireek. Kireek, did you leave?
No.
Okay, yeah.
Kireek plane
Kireek.
shifted away, actually. He's gone.
Katya will be like holding the crab orb in both hands and squat down in front of Kireek and say, I am very used to being alone, and it has been nice to be traveling with company. I know that it's not exactly the same as the social bonds one can develop over time, but in caring for another thing, sometimes it is easier to learn to care for oneself. So, and she'll hold the orb out towards him. I think that you would benefit the most from a companion of sorts that can go nowhere.
Kireek doesn't know what this is. He kind of cocks his head quizzically, and like presents his own orb of psionic might. That's
No.
the thing that gives him-
You
it's
are
an item that he's-
misunderstanding.
Huh?
Hold this orb, and she'll put the crab in his hands, and I want you to focus on a crab, the image of a crab, and she'll sort of like mime pictures with both of her hands.
Has Kireek seen a crab?
Great question. Has Kireek seen a crab?
He's about to.
Are they? Would they be found on Kragala?
They are. I mean, not really in the
Okay.
place where you were, but like there are still like seas on Kragala. Remember that we are only playing on a small portion of the map.
Sure.
So,
I just didn't know if they were like if they were diurnal or
oh, it's a
solely
great question. No,
crepuscular.
this is there's so many different crabs all about that. Yeah.
Okay.
All
Then,
of
You
which
can find
can
crabs
swim,
anywhere
by the
there's
way.
big enough bodies of water.
Crepuscular
then
crabs.
Kireek will know what a crab is, and he'll focus on a crab.
And I'll walk Kireek through activating the orb, but essentially, hopefully it summons a little
It is a
crab in there.
non-attunement item. You
You don't have to attune to it.
you summon a poof, call forth a it's how do I describe how big it is? I'm holding up my finger, so of course you can see me. It's like a little smaller than your head, so it's big for a crab, and it's got beautiful red and blue and yellow on the carapace, and it appears there on the gravel and kind of shuffles back and forth and puts the claws up slowly in defense.
Well, Kireek is like, Kireek doesn't know how to respond. He he holds up his. Hold on. he holds up his his left arm, I think, which has the other smaller arm grafted onto the elbow. And like I don't think he actually has the range for it, but he'll try to like mimic like, you know, just like the moving the two arms kind of together to
mirror.
mimic.
The mirrors, the right arm comes up and snip.
Friend.
Kireek
familiars
will
talk?
offer
That's a
his
great
right
question.
arm and like just hold it open for the crab to walk
I
onto.
believe familiars can talk, yes.
Yeah, it comes up and steps into your hand and rests there.
Very I don't know, very carefully. I guess Kireek I guess kind of I don't know. I don't know much about crabs. My thing, the point of reference in my mind is like a spider where it'll just kind of move and like the person who owns the spider just kind of like has to adjust their
It's a
arm
magic
to-
crab. I'm sure it can
to keep
figure it
the
out.
to keep the spider upright, you know, and just kind of like play with it that way, you know.
Yeah, it does. It can't
Definitely
stick
got a
or anything,
spider
but it
climb.
does its best to crawl about. It's got pretty good dexterity and grip with all of its many legs. It is celestial type if you're curious.
Holy crab.
And it has a holy crab, and you
Holy
do have a
crab.
telepathic connection with it.
A third
Oh,
voice
okay.
in Kireek's head. You've got Gant.
I don't know if
Whose
it's more
Valjean
of
is
a-
like, it's getting so crowded in here.
What is your name?
I am a crab. Snip,
A
snip,
crab.
snip,
Well, what are you going to name it? And Katya, who
Do
is
you
not
want
hearing
me-
the telepathic stuff, will just sort of like sit there expectantly.
snip. Do you want me to pinch her?
No.
Let me know if you change your mind about pinching her.
Very well. I don't think it will change.
Do you have something else worth
Okay.
pinching?
Okay, hold on, let me see. Oh, you know what? Kireek is gonna get the carpet out, you know, and just kind of like hold the crab up to like pinch one of the tassels that are like on the end or whatever.
Yeah, crab grabs on, the carpet starts to float up, and it just kind of dangles there.
Yeah. I'm holding a hand out, you know, like just under it, so that if it were to let go, it'll just fall into my hand.
Uh-huh.
But basically, my playing with it is just like moving the carpet up and down slightly, so that like the crab will just dangle and stuff like that. In response to Katya's question, I'll just respond with a crab, in like a voice you don't recognize.
A crab. Mm. Very dignified.
Kireek shrugs.
Hey, to each their own. It is your familiar.
Kireek kind of like continues playing with a crab for a moment, and then I think in if I remember correctly, in Rawl's voice, he'll say, "Thank you, friend."
No problem. It is good to have more friends, even if they are a crab. And Katya will switch to bespeak to the crab to be like, don't go pinching me or the bird. Bugbear's okay.
Don't give me a reason.
Hey.
Garou,
We want the beep
overhears
instantly,
his
huh?
name. Garou overhears his name in beast speech, and he turns around and he sees Kireek, Katya, and the crab playing is a ways away. And he sort of chuckles to himself and goes back to whatever the hell he's doing, probably shuffling around in the dirt. I don't know.
Excellent. Well, this is the end of the overland travel. You guys are going to. This was your encounter for the river, so you guys are going to sail across the river. If there's nothing else anyone wants to do before you go to sleep,
Garou will talk to Yazid.
okay.
Ooh.
How has the feeling between Garou and Yazid been? What is how tense has it been? Silence? Have you been interacting at all, or casually? And this is the first real conversation, or what has the dynamic between you two been like this whole time?
Garou's kind of been avoiding him, mostly teasing the rest of the company along the way. Are they? They're all mostly bugbears.
No, they're
hobgoblins?
mostly the three soldiers are hobgoblins.
Yeah.
Yazid is an Earth Genasi,
yeah.
and the Acolyte is, I believe, just a human.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Garou's just been teasing like the Acolyte.
You're allowed to have stone magic and not be a stone person.
Yeah.
No, of course. Yeah. It's
Come
just.
on, yeah.
Anyway, it's fine.
You're allowed to do that. Come on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Come on.
Playing a human
She's
in
red.
D&D in the year of our
She's
Lord
red.
2026.
And you said Yazid was an Earth Genasi, right?
Yazid is an Earth Genasi, yes.
Gotcha.
So he's basically been avoiding conversations with him, mostly because Garou didn't know how he would be able to compel himself. Like he would know how to compose himself in like a private conversation, but he's taken the time to just be familiar with just being around Yazid for a while without immediately jumping to his throat. So going into this conversation, he takes a deep breath. He takes a quick glance back at the Unicorn Knights, and then he approaches Yazid. Tomorrow's the day.
As much as you can call it a day here. Yes, we'll be at the Blackstone Lodge. Have you been before?
A couple of times over the years, yes.
They have some interesting opinions of you there.
That they should. They have been in need of my services when they needed to traverse deeper into Kersathra.
Yeah, that's what some of them say. Some
The
of them
ones
say
that have
you're-
survived anyways.
People dying around you? Can't imagine.
It's for the best, ideally.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that that's the philosophy you'd hold about it.
I have changed, though, and I imagine him and Yazid have not interacted all that often over the past couple of years, and the biggest thing is that Garou has, over time, become more and more mangy. His teeth, and even his limbs have elongated slightly.
Here's my question. Have you even seen Yazid since the night where everyone was... Since that fated night where you slaughtered everyone, where Yazid was captured, and in retaliation, all of your clan was captured, and then in retaliation for that, you slaughtered all of them. Have you even seen Yazid since then? Because you've seen Yazid as a member of the Blackened Rings, not the Blackstone Lodge. So, you know, they are new here, while you would have seen lots of members of the Blackstone Lodge over the years. They're newly back in your orbit. So have you even seen them since then?
Probably not. He's heard
I
of
imagine
them,
not.
but
Yeah, and I'm sure that you might have had interactions being from the same area in Kalimshan beforehand, even if you weren't like, you know, passing acquaintances perhaps. But yeah, so it's been that long since you've seen them. You look much mangier. I mean, they look different as well. Maybe a little more clean cut, you know, a little fitter. They're not surviving off of, you know, berries and just harvesting things in the deserts and like the nearby forests that are, you know, more plentiful, but still not that plentiful. They're still bordering deserts. So they're part of a true military company now. They probably look a little fuller and healthier, and all of their, you know, gear is much nicer at this point.
I want to reiterate the details of what is to happen.
Good to be on the same page. We cross the river. Once we're across, we'll do a little bit of traveling, but when we get in sight of the Blackstone Lodge, it's not very far. We'll have ropes for you, so that you can't attack anyone once we're in there. And then it'll be up to Noir whether they want to see you or not. I'll do what I can. I can't say that I'm thrilled about the arrangement. I can't say that I completely trust you, but it's clear that you might be the difference between a lot of people I know being dead or being alive. Usually that's true, but in the other direction from what I've experienced.
Garou chuckles a bit, says, yes. Indeed, the Unicorn Knights are here to help rid these lands of these aberrations and then the sickness that plagues your ranks and the other animals here. As for my conflicts with Noir, those will be for another time. Those will be after I've left the knights behind, and I will come and I will deliver to Noir what is theirs. That has not changed.
Shrug says, well, then I look forward to fighting by your side and to crossing blades with you once again when the time comes, I suppose.
And after all these years, you still maintain your position next to Noir?
Looks up. An even better position than when you left. Things have gone well for us.
At the cost of your freedom, your identity, who you were.
Look at us. Do we know between you and Yazid? Says, look at us. Do we know how to do anything differently? Do something horrible so we survive? Do something horrible because someone commands us to? What's the difference?
The difference is whether or not you had a choice. I chose to be horrible. I chose to kill and slaughter those who I have. All so that I can maintain my freedom. Rather selfishly. You. Did you really choose?
Chose to live. Seems like enough for me. It's only 10 years, Garou. And despite what you might argue, I don't think that dead is better.
Could have killed you, you know.
You tried.
Garou laughs, chuckles. Did it leave a scar?
What do you think?
No, I mean the past couple of days. The Unicorn Knights are no slouch. Each presumably stronger than I am. I only know how to survive. You do too. When we walk in there, when we do what we can to help, just know that once Noir is dead, once this is all done, you'll have another choice to make. Either continue to do what you do and die next to Noir, or embrace that freedom. Face the fear, the uncertainty that comes with the ability to make your own decisions.
You say I can make my own decisions, and you hand me an ultimatum. I know what I'm doing, Garou. The only one here who doesn't seem to have any choices is you.
We shall see.
Still hurts when it's cold, you know. The scar.
I hope it does.
You're a bastard.
Garou chuckles. He says, let's get some sleep. It's been a while since I've seen Nur's face. Smug, pompous son of a bitch.
On one thing we can agree. Make a persuasion check, Garou.
Okay.
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
Oh, that's a 15.
Plus.
3, 19?
Okay.
Sorry,
18.
18. He's gonna touch his talisman here, and I'm gonna throw a d4 on top of this.
Okay.
That's plus another 4 there. So 22.
And on that note of a 22, I think that we're going to end this first half. We're going to take a little break, and we'll see you back here in a minute for the crossing of the river and the arrival at the Blackstone Lodge.
Hell yeah. Rolling with difficulty.
At last, I have reached the tallest peak in all the world, where the wisest person lives. Finally, I'll get the answers I seek.
Welcome. I am the wisest person in the world. Ask me your question.
What is my purpose in life? What should I be doing to achieve pure happiness?
You must stream Game Master Monday.
Come again.
Game Master Monday, the bi-weekly podcast that plays a new one-shot in a new system in a new setting with a new cast every episode. Listening to their funny jokes and wild stories is the only path to happiness, my child.
Sick. I'm going to go home and binge the whole thing right now.
What a nice kid. Oh dear, he fell off the mountain. Now they'll never know how good Game Master Monday is.
The Per Aspera crew is finally all assembled in beautiful enamel pin form. Right now, you can head on over to the Rolling with Difficulty Crowdmade store to pick up the best mechanic in the Planescape for yourself. The Dani pin is designed by our very own Wally and features glow-in-the-dark enamel for that fiery effect. Supplies are limited, so bring the crew together and order your Dani pin today.
Rolling with difficulty.
And welcome back. When last we left our heroes, you had made almost the entire journey on foot from Plague Route through the Wearing Peaks, across the savannas of the roaming hyenas, and now you found yourself on the opposite banks of a river that will lead you to the Blackstone Lodge. If everyone is fine with it, the night passes, or, the sleep time passes, you stay out of the rain, and then you are led the only a couple more miles, very short journey, to the boats, a handful of boats here, that you are going to take to cross this expansive river. Now, the boats only hold 3 apiece. There are enough boats for all of you to go, but you cannot all be in the same boat. So,
And we can't
how
put
do
Katya and
people-
Garou together, or they'll eat each other. And we need to bring
It's
over
like-
this bag
it's
of
like
grain.
the riddle.
The box will eat the
Yes,
goose,
I was gonna
the
say,
goose will eat the grain.
the grain of the box.
Yeah.
So how do you guys want to split up? Obviously, you can take any members of, you can have an individual member of the Blackened Rings or Yazid or whatever in any of your boats if you so wish, but
I do have
you
to
can't
ask.
all travel together, so.
I do have to ask Austin, is it possible to see the other side of the river? Because Kireek can just translocate them across.
It is actually. It's pretty far, but it is possible to see the opposite bank. It's not like it's not like a Great Lake size, right? It's not
Sure.
that large. So, actually, let me double check here. Can you see across? Can you see? I assume you can see across the Mississippi River.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the curvature of the Earth, and this place definitely doesn't have curvature, and the principles don't apply anyway. So, like,
You can see across from many points along its line. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, Kireek, that you can.
Okay. Then, before everyone gets into the boats, Kireek will offer.
If we wish to avoid the water, I can translocate us across. I can see the other side of the bank.
You see the soldiers look to Yazid. Yazid nods, says, I doubt that we'll fall in, but better not to risk it.
So this water is also contaminated with this mysterious curse?
Nearest we can tell, it's any water.
Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, it's not always a problem. I'm healthy, and I was drinking from it before. We knew it could cause problems, but the more times you roll the dice, you're gonna get snake eyes at some point. Anyway, you can transport us across?
Indeed.
And yeah, if everyone is willing, then Kireek will translocate.
Yeah,
Sure.
go for it. And let's see. Go ahead and roll that D100.
Oh, actually, sorry, that's a D8. not a
Oh, we do
D6.
actually need 2d6 for this day, and I think that it is Wally's turn.
Oh, yes. All right. Watch me roll for rain.
Okay, well.
That's a 9.
Oh no.
9?
That
Oh
might
no,
be
he looked
rain.
excited. He looked excited.
No, I think 9 is strong winds.
Ha,
1
okay.
below storm. A 10 is a storm.
Okay.
Jeez.
9 is strong winds. So yeah, the although that is for summer, you guys are starting to get out of that. You guys are in the nicest weather season, but it's actually coming to a close. So you guys are going to enter into the fall
Oh,
weather
boy.
patterns pretty soon, which has a much higher chance of storms. But
Okay.
you are good for now. Kireek, go ahead and roll your D100.
All right. I did fail my manifestation test, which means I do take full strain, but that's okay. This is the one that actually matters. All right. 75% chance of success, 25% of failure, but that's never stopped the dice rolls from fucking me over before. Roll 1d100. Roll /R 1d100.
Just roll it.
35. We just make it, baby.
Hey.
Oh, yeah.
Boom. This time you find yourselves all kind of stumbling on the opposite bank on the gravelly shores. Is not nearly as perfect a translocation. Some of you like fall a couple inches. Some of you, it's like the ground shunted up and like you find yourself like your knees half bent and you kind of stumble, but no one is hurt. No one's teleported into an object. And most importantly, you do not accidentally teleported deep beneath the river.
Jesus.
I'm not gonna point out that the hunting party is pretty much sorted out, but in the event that the hunting party and the Blackened Rings, this group goes their own way, their boats are on the other side of the river.
That is-
There are more
Good
there are
point.
more boats on this side. They make
okay.
a crossing here, so they took boats across. And Yazid is basically like the risk of falling in, and he like explains this to someone who points it out. Is like the risk of falling in. We can always take parties back to get it if we really need it. There's no real concern here.
Okay.
Yeah, Yazid is much happier to look out for the people in their care and make sure that they're not like exposed to the water than to worry about the logistics of boats being on the wrong side of the river.
Great.
Cool. All right.
Fantastic. And with that, I'm going to reveal the last portion of the map that you'll be able to see as you cross and look into the distance. Give me just a moment as I...
Oh, this also goes without saying, but in the day, Kireek will find familiar and get out a crab.
Acquire crab.
His name is
Squirrel
a crab.
Lord.
It's very
crab?
important. He told me his name was a crab. He is a crab.
Garou starts to speak up and he says, "A crab it is."
Do you need me to... Excuse me. Do you need me to pinch that guy for you?
Yes. Say yes. Say
I'll
yes.
totally pinch that guy for you. It
It's
says this in
telepathic.
Kireek's mind. Unless
Yeah.
unless otherwise said, this is always just telepathic to Kireek's mind. The crab will always defer to just speaking to Kireek telepathically.
I might have a plan that will involve you pinching, but it would require the other person. It would require the rest of the party's approval.
Nah. Scurries up and holds onto your shoulder like a parrot on a pirate.
Yeah!
Hunkers down.
Hell yeah, dude.
Brings in the claws underneath the chin there. All right. Well,
Is it on Steve like a little jaunty hat?
Yeah, I guess so.
yes. For the fan artists out there, yes, it's on top of Steve. Now that you've crossed the river, your destination is clear. The largest tree that any of you have ever seen in your life. With the blood-red sun behind it, its silhouette cuts a black gash across the sky before splintering into many smaller branches. This is a branch of Yggdrasil, the world's tree. Leaving the river behind you, you approach the tree looming larger and larger until you begin to see some torches lit in its base. They illuminate a fortress sitting in the shadow of the massive branch, the single largest constructed thing you've seen since you entered the Beastlands. The walls are high, some 25 feet, with walkways and arrow slits to hold against assault. You see guards patrolling the top, each wearing the distinct symbol of the blackened rings on their breast. As you begin to get closer, maybe a mile out, a bird flies out over you and circles over your head, this massive eagle owl. One lap, two, and then on the third, it turns back and flies to the fortress. A moment passes, and you see movement. More torches lit, guards becoming more active, bows drawn from quivers. Welcome to the Blackstone Lodge. Is there any questions you guys have, or any actions you'd like to take before you... as you make the final approach before you are, actually talking to the guards standing at the gate. This is the point where they tell you, Garou, hands behind your back. They're going to tie ropes around you.
One moment. He's going to turn to the rest of the knights. This is it. Are we ready?
I believe so.
I am ready
Is there a
for
place?
the conversation, I suppose.
All right.
Is
Inside.
Is there a place on Garou that a crab can hide?
It's not hot. Like, you could have the crab on Garou if you want, but
Sure.
Was Garou gonna smuggle it up his ass? Like, what do you mean? It's
Under
like
his beard?
big.
I don't know. Under his
Yeah,
beard.
it's like giant
He's
beard.
pretty fuzzy, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm skeptical of the notion here.
Maybe
I
a
usually
crab
like to say
stealth
yes,
check.
but
Then Kireek, if I don't know. I think Kireek will try this. It's half a gambit, half an actual thing. It's Kireek will offer a crab and to sit on Garou's shoulder. If anyone were to ask, I think Kireek will just simply respond,
So that we may be aware of what goes on behind closed doors. No doubt,
the bloodied mask of Malar.
may have his own ulterior motives. This way, we may know what happens without his perspective.
okay. Garou, if you're ready, they're going to tie hands.
Just a point of order. When we woke up this morning, Katya would have very telepathic bonded us, so people can be having conversations in their brains if they are so inclined.
Great.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Well,
So
in that
Noir's
case,
got.
yeah. Garou says, Noir is perhaps the most powerful spellcasters I've seen in my lifetime. I would caution against any tricks, unless they are to escape. We will be surrounded by their forces and that of the Blackstone Lodge. The only plans I have, if things go south, is to run.
Very well. We'll follow your lead.
Any questions?
What do you intend to do?
Keep my rage at bay. There comes a day where Noir will die. Hopefully by my hands. But for now, I walk in as a unicorn knight. You are here to save the Beastlands.
All right.
Sick.
Tie your hands behind you, tie your feet. You're at half movement speed, and you are. Hold on, I think I actually have notes for. You cannot make any attacks that require your hands, and you cannot cast any spells that have somatic components while they are bound in this way. All right. Does anyone have any other questions, by the way, about what you can see from where you're standing currently?
Is this the domain of the Squirrel Lord because of Ratatosk on Yggdrasil in the mythology? Is that why he's here?
Looking up, you see that there is a massive, in the tree branch, there looks like, it's like a big basket made of leaves hanging way high up. That is the Dray of the Squirrel Lord, yes.
Hell yeah. Damn, I'm good. Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
What's the make of people that we can see in the Blackstone Lodge, like those archers and stuff like that? You had mentioned, among who we are, where we are, there's hobgoblins with Genasi and humans, but...
A great question. As you make your final approach, the twin doors that are adorned in massive ivory tusks come into view, and there are two figures standing in front of it. The members of the people on the wall are blackened rings. There are some humans, there are goblinoids, and there are Genasi. That is the primary makeup, with a few exceptions. That is the primary makeup of the people in the blackened rings. But you see standing in front of the door three figures, and they are not wearing the livery of, I think livery is the right word, right? Of the blackened rings. They are each dressed just in like their own furs, leathers. One is a furbolg who has on his arm that eagle owl that you saw before. Red, again, this is a real species that exists, not an avatar-style hybrid.
Okay.
I don't think that there are any avatar-style hybrids in this in this
Not
world.
yet.
I mean,
Upset.
there's
No
owl
turtle
bears,
doves, no
there's owl bears, but
porcupines,
like anyway,
no saber-toothed moose.
no saber-toothed moose.
Moose line.
Moose
No,
line,
it's a real
thank you.
species. He's got this massive eagle owl that's sitting on his arms. Yeah, big ass for like, you know what they're like. They're giant kin. And the other is and Garou, you know this to be Brogan, who you last saw in Karasuthra. The other, as you approach, well, fuck a fuck. If it isn't the terrible Garou, Malar's very fucking best and only fucking servant. Last I heard, Brogan said you were in Karasuthra. Never thought you'd get within 100 fucking miles of this place again. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. You see a man, a tiefling, but he's you'd be forgiven for thinking he was maybe a minotaur or something. He's humanoid, but he's got his tiefling horns come out of his temple and then curve up at a right angle, just like a bull.
Right.
And he has this like broad, flat nose. It's not a cow nose, but it's just very wide and very flat on his face. He's bald, completely bald. His head is crisscrossed with scars, and he's got this crazy underbite. His lower jaw sticks out, probably from it being broken several times. He's got this haphazard dress, furs and leathers, positioned. The only sense you can make of it is they're set in a way so that they will not interfere with him drawing his weapons. He's got a bow and a quiver of arrows on his back. He's got hand axes. He's got a great sword. Garou, you know this to be Dekes, who is in charge of the Vile Hunt here.
Vile Hunt?
The Vile Hunt is the faction that runs the Blackstone Lodge. And he is the head in charge. You remember him from back in your days of dealing with Garand, actually.
Yes.
I'm gonna psionically message Garou.
And
Am I correct in assuming we don't like either of these groups of people?
Indeed, these are the thorns at my sides.
Okay, good to know.
And in in person, Garou will say, bound, very awkwardly shuffling towards them. Brogan, Dekes. It's a shame. Noir would be the one to sit you both on guard duty.
Guard duty. No, we heard you were coming. I had to see for sure with my own eyes. You see, that Dekes has, like, all his teeth are so fucked up.
Garou, teeth not any better, will grin, show the restraint, says, well, I am here. It'll be quite the show.
I'd expect nothing less. You see, Brogan comes in to, like, stand. Dekes turns, the doors open into the compound. It's like, there's a compound with a big lodge in the middle. And Dekes walks in. Brogan comes in behind you, Garou, and says, right on a fucking platter. Perfect.
Potty mouth. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and you are brought in. You see, members of the Black and Rings up on the ledge there. Some other members of the Vile Hunt, so there's like a couple, are standing out front, watching the spectacle as you guys are all ushered in. At this point now, there are guards surrounding you on all sides, and you are led up the steps and into the hunting lodge, into the Blackstone Lodge proper. Mm-hmm. In here, the walls are white. They appear to be made out of basically just like hardened mud for the most part. Just these, smooth walls. It's a very large, open, spacious area. Beams of what must have been ancient trees crisscrossing the ceiling to hold everything up. They are like easily like 12, 15 feet across in the way that they've been cut. There are lush chairs and couches. There's like all kinds of seating areas. There's a bar which has actually a lot of people standing at it right now, all drinking, presumably with water being a little scarce. People are relying on other fluids, maybe a little more heavily than they normally would. But you see, there is a bar. Lots of lamps hanging from the ceiling with torches, with oil lamps, fire burning in them. There is also a large fireplace around which people are gathered and talking. They all kind of hush down to turn and look at you. There's a dartboard, but instead of darts, it's got a bunch of knives stuck in it.
Right, classic.
Picture of Garou in the
classic
middle.
bad guy bar.
It's a classic bad guy bar. We've all been to one of these. And of course, adorning the walls are just hundreds of stuffed animal heads. Mm-hmm. And there are also taxidermy. There's a lion mid-pounce in this like really impressive taxidermy. And most impressive, there is a Tyrannosaurus Rex head mounted on the wall behind the bar. Next to it is a flag with a logo on it, which Garou, you recognize to be the logo of the Vile Hunt. It is a snarling predator, wolf-ish, but like it's a silhouette, so it's not super detailed. This snarling predator that looks like it's about to devour the moon, and then there is a figure standing underneath it, like in the shadow of it, holding a spear ready to strike. And beneath it, tacked up on the wall, the slightly smaller banner of the Blackened Rings. Now, Noir, you asked, what is the makeup of people here? This is way more cosmopolitan and eclectic. So there are some humans here. There are some Genasi here. Again, there are members of the Blackened Rings here. They follow the same kind of rules based on where they recruited. The members of the Vile Hunt that you see, there is everything from there's tieflings, there's Goliaths here. There's a bladeling, so like literally a person from Acheron that's like made out of like jagged bits of stone and steel. And everyone is watching you. When an orc approaches, who you know to be Garou, you see Raga approach you. Raga Axfell.
Uh-huh.
Was wondering when you were going to get brought in. Assumed it would be just your head on a pike, but this is satisfying also.
Would not be that easy.
Well, they seem to have gotten you here easy enough. Now what's this all about?
Same issues that's been plaguing everyone else here at Brux. Apparently the rain's tainted, cursed. And I've brought individuals here, the Unicorn Knights. He turns and he motions towards the three of them. We may be able to come up with a solution to your problem, our problems, really. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's an awful lot of big talk. Why should we believe a word of it?
Pull out the Unicorn Knight badge.
Also
That
pull out
little
the
shiny
Unicorn Knight badge and
Yeah.
kind of like nudge the
This
others.
impresses me.
Doesn't need
We
to
killed
impress
plenty.
you.
Just needs to prove our accuracy.
Needs to impress me if you want to get FaceTime with Noir.
The way I
We can
see it,
throw
you
all
need
you
us
out.
far more than we need you. We descended here because the troubles that plague the Beastlands are far more than the little things you've dealt with so far here. Your water's poison, cursed, yes. The entire Beastlands is suffering under this blight, and Mayaliki is the guardian of all natural things, and we serve her will in this instance. If you want to continue trying to fight the rain, go ahead.
You see Yazid actually steps up here and says, Listen, Raga. Raga looks kind of pissed at this. I don't love it either. But the fact is that they've dealt with stuff. Powerful, dangerous stuff. I'm not saying we need them, but things might go a lot smoother if we're working together instead of against each other. And I feel like Noir would be pretty pissed to find out they came all this way, and that we had an opportunity to work with them, and you sent them away. You see Raga kind of scratches his chin, thinks it over. The notion of pissing off Noir seems to be a pretty compelling argument. And he says, All right, I'll bring it to them. But no guarantees that they won't just ask for your heads to be brought up instead. And Raga strides off to go upstairs, presumably to speak to Noir.
Is there a comfy chair that I can sit down on while we wait? As a power play.
Yeah, you want to sit down in a comfy chair?
I'll sit down in a comfy chair.
You sit down in a comfy chair. Everyone watches you. A couple people like laugh over at this over at the side. A couple of the Blacken Rings have no humor about them at all. The Vile Hunt people are all super interested to see how it happens. Why don't you roll a perception check for me, Tris?
Perception, great.
Yeah.
Okay. 15.
15. You sit down and you survey. You look at all of the heads on the wall and all the people who are, the people that are over by the fire. And as you turn your head a little more towards the corner, you see that there is a figure standing with a couple other people, like two other people. He's got a cloak on and the hood is up. And yet you can't help but recognize the half-elven face. You see
backstory now.
Hakon makes eye contact with you and goes and places a finger over his lips, almost like up to touching his nose, like he's resting his head naturally, but is clear to you a motion of silence.
I will continue turning my head and try to find something on the opposite wall to stare at instead.
That rhinoceros, very interesting. Is that a white rhino or a black rhino?
Wow, that T-Rex, that's crazy. I killed something
Now
way
I'm
bigger.
curious.
No big deal.
I'm curious. You had the opportunity to insight Katya before.
No, yeah.
Does anyone here any members of your party recognize this in you?
Fuck yeah. I'm itching to roll a deception check to see how well I hide that shit.
Okay. Does anyone want to roll an insight versus the deception?
Love to roll an insight. That's a 21 total for Katya.
Jesus Christ.
Nice.
You know what? Just for fun, Garou's looking for ways to distract himself from the rage bubbling
situation.
behind his brain.
Yeah.
God,
I was so curious too.
That's a nat. I just rolled it. Okay, I rolled a nat 20 there.
Hilarious. Well, I only rolled a 15 on my deception.
Down to a 19 though.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. So what do Katya and Garou learn?
You clock that I know that person. I have many questions, and I'm kind of pissed, but mostly just very surprised.
In the telepathic link, Katya will go, do you need us to fight that guy, or is this a positive background character that we have just recognized?
Definitely don't fight. I don't know why or how he's here. I didn't even know this was a here at the time that we were running together. That's he was part of my old party. I suppose is. And don't let on.
Everyone starts whistling together.
Just shuffling the deck of silly things.
Don't
like
turn
back and forth
around,
in
but
my
he's right
hands.
behind you. What?
yeah.
Kireek is blissfully unaware.
do 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 do
Yeah.
do do.
Who are we talking about? That guy? No.
Well, the moment passes you. Every fiber of your being, you fight to not look over and do a double take at him as he
feeling
stands
very
over with
chalant.
a couple. Yeah. All right, Dick Grayson, and you hear the stomping boots of Raga come back down the stairs. Looks at the four of you. Beckons with his head. A small coalition of guards of the Blackened Rings forms behind you, including Yazid. Raga holds up his hand and says, "You stay down here." Yazid backs up, hands okay, acquiesces, and you're brought upstairs. It's like it's a, what do they call that staircase? It's like a grand staircase. It's one and it splits off in two on either side.
Sure.
Oh, I think that's
Sure.
sure. That might be a thing.
It's a big staircase. You go in and wrap up around and come to the second floor, and there are a bunch of doors here. This is probably dormitory, the right word? Barracks is probably like barracks here where people rest. And you are brought all the way down the hall as far as you can go. There's like a beautiful carpet. There's every set of horns and antlers imaginable is on the walls here.
Can I scan to see if they have dragon here?
Ooh, that's a great question. Yeah, make a perception check.
Oh, Christ.
Not to put too fine a point on it, this is like a classic 19th century imperialist English colonial. Nat 20.
I wasted it.
You actually do not see any dragon horns here. Probably they all appear to be mostly natural beasts.
Right. Okay, just checking.
Okay.
So yeah, great question, but yeah, there's probably it scratches something in your brain. You're like, oh, it is weird to be a dragon here. It's not really a thing in the Beastlands, and the fact that the dragon, your cousin, is in Krigala, I think it might start to set on you leaving a dragon with a beast lord might mean more than I originally assumed. You're like, it's interesting. You're like, it doesn't make you think it's there's something dangerous going on there, but there's definitely there's a little bit more than you would have necessarily.
I introduced a powerful invasive species, and
you kind of introduced a
let
powerful
the dumbest
invasive
beast
species.
lord tell him where to go.
Is he really dumb though? He kind of got you there.
He kind of got your ass.
Well, that's everyone you've ever met has described him as dense, but you're like, I don't know. Is that how your interaction with him went down?
I think that Triss probably doesn't. Triss doesn't tend to judge people on intelligence because her own is extremely average. I think her read on him is he seems pretty simple, but in a very functional and effective way. What he does, he's good at, and that's kind of all that matters in this instance. But yeah.
Well said. Well, you are led down until you come to the nicest looking door, which is at the very end of the hallway. Opens up, and you are led into another lounge, but this one beautiful, a giant tapestry on the wall that depicts Krigala, Brux, Karasuthra.
Ooh.
Kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Where it's a flat plane and then you kind of angle it a little bit.
Isometric. It's like an
isometric, thank you.
Yeah.
Like an isometric view of the three stacked up on this, and you can see the sun, and then the half the sun, and the crescent moon, and then the full moon, all doing their dance, and many, mountains and rivers. The river Oceanus is clearly depicted here, and you can see like a waterfall leads down from one to the next, and then down to the next, and herds of beasts. It's this beautiful, intricate thing that takes up like an entire wall. There's huge windows that overlook. Like you're kind of just past the base of the tree, so they're overlooking, and now you have a view out where the little river that it was very big, but
right.
The river that you crossed over meets up with another river on just past the branch of Yggdrasil before leading out into the siege as well, and you can see it kind of from the second story window out there, and there's like a balcony out there too. You can go like sit and look out at it, but in this lounge there is much nicer. The furniture downstairs was comfortable but well used. This is much nicer. And sitting in a big chair with basically a coffee table in front and then a bunch of couches, you see sitting cross-legged Noir. Garou, or excuse me, Wally. Wally, would you like to describe Noir for everyone? Noir ikram hikmak zaman.
Oh boy.
What does everyone see?
Buy a vowel.
Nur is an Ifriti, so very much looks like a Genasi with very exaggerated features, very long red, crimson red hair flowing down past below his hips, down to his knees, clad in very ornate gold jewelry, their face covered in symbols of geometric symbols of stars and astral shapes.
Sick.
Long nails in this vibrant, almost iridescent blue, and wielding this very long golden, I guess, shepherd's crook or whatever, in their hand.
Don't love the symbolism on that.
You see, they look up, see you, eyes brighten, literally, they're fire inside. And a perfect smile flashes, and they gesture to the couch and say, I'll admit that I'm surprised, but pleasantly so. Raga, can we have these motions for the ropes on Garou removed? I see he's unarmed. You may leave guards at the door if it makes you comfortable, but otherwise, please, unbind him and then leave us in private. Raga gives a nod. Knife cuts open the ropes. Garou, your hands and feet are unbound. The door closes. 4 guards stay in the room, flanking the door. And you see that Noir gesture says, please, sit. Tea? It's from the plane of fire. I'm told that it has, for many mortals, a unpleasant burning sensation, but it reminds me of home if you'd be willing to try it.
Certainly.
Katya will happily take a cup. I've had it before. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone... You motion. Do you all sit on the various couches?
I'll sit on a couch.
I will also sit on a couch.
Yeah.
For a brief moment, Garou's demeanor, like his whole body tightens, and he starts to exasperate. Right?
Hyperventilate?
For a brief moment, and takes a moment, and it slows. He looks up first at the knights, and you guys see rage boiling up behind his eyes, and then it dies down, and then he turns his gaze over to Noir. He lets out one deep breath, and he goes and he stands next to the three of you.
Nice.
As you wish. Pours 5 cups, one for themselves. 5 cups of tea, places them beautiful gold leaf around the rim of these ivory teacups. Takes a sip. Anyone who takes a sip, it is incredibly hot in every sense of the word. It is near boiling, and it is like spicy.
Cool.
No con saves, but
Okay.
but so Tris drinks. I imagine like steam kind of coming out as
Yeah,
as you drink
it's
it.
like
Katya,
frost
you
is
drink.
trying to form on the outside of the cup, and it's just boiling away.
Kireek, do you drink it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Con
And
save
Garou?
only for Kireek.
Garou does not drink it. No,
Because, like, Harry.
he merely holds on to it.
Kireek is actually allergic.
Can I get a con save for the deadly nightshade now? You see that Noir takes a pleasant sip and then leans back, crosses the leg, one hand on the crook, and says, "You've come a long way. I don't mean to put too much pressure on you, but things seem very urgent for you. What brings you to the Blackstone Lodge? What brings you to see Noir?"
Urgent is a good way to put it. Things seem rather urgent for everyone on this plane. We are, as the badges indicate, Unicorn Knights, and we have been tasked with dealing with aberrant threats. We've been busy in Kragala and only recently made our way to Brux, where we were informed by your agents that the water has shown some problems, caused sickness. Information is valuable, and rather than thrashing about blindly, we thought it good to learn what we could, if you would spare us the conversation, about these diseases, and how we could potentially help solve this problem for you and everyone on this layer.
Well, I openly admit that we are open to getting help. This is a problem that affects the Blackened Rings and the Vile Hunt and the many beasts of these lands equally, and yourselves if you stay long enough. I myself am of course immune. I have no need for water, but my soldiers, they're growing ill. That unsettles me. Upsets me even. It is clear to me that somewhere on this vast layer there is an aboleth that is poisoning these waters.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, brother.
But how they should be doing it from such a distance is unknown to me. And where they may be, even less known. These lands are quite vast. There are many lakes, rivers, pools, and of course the vast Siege as well. Even if we were to begin searching now, even if it were safe to submerge ourselves in the waters, it would be impossible to find them before the sick fate struck all members of the Blackened Rings, and perhaps all beasts of this world. Time is not our ally, and so we must find, gestures to all of you, others. I agree in this wisdom. Although I'm surprised you do. Looks at Garou.
Garou grumbles for a moment and he says, "Some things are more important than petty conflicts."
I'm glad you see it that way. Clearly you've grown greatly since last we met. And I don't just mean your strength. There is perhaps a kernel of wisdom festering in there.
Not mine. Perhaps. Indeed, my time with these knights have changed me. If it had been my way, I would have cleaved through each and one of your soldiers just to lay a scratch on your chin. But Times have changed. You'll get what comes to you eventually.
As they say, the wheel never stops turning. I do intend to reap what I sow eventually. But for now, many other things to consider. Though I am concerned that Unicorn Knights will be up to the business. Tell me, why should I trust you when I know that at least one among you would gladly kill any of the many soldiers I am looking to save? What makes the risk worth it?
Well,
Better.
forgive the assumption, but from where I'm standing, it seems as though you have nothing to lose by allowing us our attempt.
Perhaps it's some ploy. To get closer, to let us lose our guard so that you may turn on us, and then abscond. This world is not where any of you are from, I assume.
Nor you.
Well, you're not wrong about
And yet
that.
we find ways to care about these planes, no? It is interesting the effect the beastlands have. We could regale
I care
you...
about the many things that I can harvest from it. But it's true, I do not want it spoiled.
We could sit here and list our many accomplishments. Big hunts, creatures slain, beholders, beast lords. But what you want is the assurance that you will not find harm coming to your forces, to yourself. My compatriot is right. Don't waste your forces throwing them at a problem that will kill them. Arm us with information, and let us either fall in the attempt, in which case your problem is solved and you are back to where you are now, or make our attempt, and then I'm sure you will have contingencies for the angriest bugbear among us. I'm sure you have them now.
I should expect nothing less from your wizard. Sorry, not to presume, it's just the dress.
I get it a lot.
And not to make a presumption based on looks as well, but looks at Kireek. I see Noir already now. Looks at Kireek.
Just kind of waiting.
I see that you have experienced firsthand, the many things that have the aberrations here can do to other creatures. Does it make you nervous to be in this lodge? Many of the hunters here would gladly decapitate you that they might mount your heads on their wall. A very unique trophy you would make.
I can try. Though, I do recognize that their blades are stayed on your command, and so I acknowledge and respect the position you hold here in this lodge, if not for this moment only.
It's the position I hold wherever I go. But yes, the blackened rings will do as I say. The vile hunt, they follow for now. Useful in that way. I'm curious if you would be willing to share more details now or at some future point about how you came to be the way you are in more specifics. These things interest me. It's what brought me to this plane in the first place.
Ah, hunting the aberrations.
Yes, indeed.
Then our goals are aligned.
I don't think there is any disputing that. And you make excellent arguments that I can set you free to deal with it. And if you die in the process, well, I'm no worse off, but I would prefer you not die in the process. Because then I will be exactly where I started. I would like to see this done. And forgive me if I'm perhaps just a little skeptical of the abilities of the Unicorn Knights. And goes into a bag, pulls out, and places a Unicorn Knight badge, very old, very weathered, and dirty,
Yeah.
on the table.
Okay. The good news is that's probably not Rawls.
Yeah, that was my first thought as well.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm scared now. But I think Kireek will respond and say,
You present your own spoils of war. As proof of our competency, allow us to show ours.
and I'll take out one of the beholder eyes and present it to Noir.
For the first time, there is a shift from the cool, ironically, cool and collected demeanor, and Noir puts both feet on the ground and leans in to look. Ooh. Very unique. Is there a price at which you'd be willing to part with it?
What is more valuable than the knowledge it may contain?
I wouldn't be wishing to purchase from you otherwise. Gold, if it suits you. Or gemstones. I know that arcane practitioners require many of those. Or perhaps an enchanted item. I have no small access to these, although it is much more limited here on the second plane. I have to say, it impresses me how well they stock this place with their spirits, considering how difficult it is to make the journey.
People have their
In
priorities.
response to Noir's offer,
Yeah.
in response to Noir's offer, I think Kireek will just say,
The advantage that it gives me and the party in combat, I think, will prove advantageous for you as well, should you admit us to our quarry.
Returns to the relaxed position. Very well. If you change my mind, you know where I'll be. If you change your mind, you'll know where I'll be. Well, it seems that we have the loose terms of an arrangement that we will work together, combine resources. All cards on the table. Would you like to see those who are sick?
I think that would be very good.
Noir rises and gently floats without walking. Kireek calls to mind the mind flayers and how they transport themselves. Picks up the crook. Please. The guards open the door, and Noir will lead the way. Does everyone follow?
I'll follow.
I'll follow.
Down the
Garou will-
hallway. Yes, Garou.
Garou will take up the rear. While he's not talking, Garou's taking careful observation of just the room, number of guards, windows, doors, corridors. Yeah, he's just trying to memorize as much of this place as possible.
Perfect. Down the hallway to the far end, where it's opened up, there was clearly another lounge here that looked out over another area, but it's been transformed into a pseudo-infirmary, and there are a handful of people, like, not hundreds or anything, but there's probably somewhere in the order of like a dozen people who are lying in bed. Some of them look pale and sweaty, and just as if they might have a fever, just a normal sickness. But as you walk in, you see there are a few of them, and you walk closer and you see one person is like the sweat. At first you think it's like a really thick sweat, and then you realize it's too opaque. It's a layer of slime that's on them. And the last bed, you look and you see someone who turns at you, and their eyes are round, purple, and further apart on their head. The nose is flattened, and they have just the hint of, almost looks like maybe an eczema, but a sprinkling of scales around the neck.
They're becoming a fish.
To put it delicately.
Your lieutenant said that those who succumbed to the illness were drawn to the water. Were they drawn simply to the nearest body of water, or to some specific location?
Nearest we can tell is they go to the nearest source of water, but they seem to crave it badly. And you see there is a bucket of water nearby the sickest guy, and he places a hand in and rubs it on himself. They desire it greatly. It calls to them.
You have clerics in your employ. I don't suppose any of their attempts to cure this have been successful?
It can be reduced. It's true. But it comes back. It comes back.
Would you say that this is a recent development, or has this illness been in the water, as far as you can tell, as long as you've been here?
For us, it is quite recent. If it's been here longer, it must have been localized to somewhere we did not go. No, the rains did not turn sour until less than a 10-day ago.
So it's been spreading from some central location. That tapestry, is that an accurate map of the waterways of this plain, or...
Yes.
Oh,
The map,
you asked
the map.
the wrong person. I would suggest speaking to Tikes. I am more recent here. It is not my tapestry, but I would be quite surprised if Tikes had any knowledge of any art whatsoever, even one that he has seen day in, day out for years.
Promising.
The man has a mind for blood and little else.
Do
Such
you
things
keep
have their
any
uses.
records of the people who have gone swimming, so to speak? Names, descriptions?
We know their names. He shrugs and says, we know their names. He can get you. Austin does not currently have a specific list of who's down, but if you wish to know, I could provide you a list. It's about the same amount of people that are sick have already gone too far and left. So on that order of 9, 10-ish people have... that was the first wave of people that got sick and they didn't know what was going on, and it was too late, right? They probably it happened to them very suddenly. They were exposed to the rain and they drank water, and so all at once all this stuff happened to them. And so what was I saying? So that's the information that Noir provides, and if you wish to have a more accurate description, I can get one for you.
Yes. Katya's thought is... we could, with enough of a description, I could locate creature, someone who had gone missing, and potentially track them through the waterways to the... Because Katya's thought is if they're going to the water, rivers feed into something, probably that's where the aboleth is. Maybe we could track that way.
Being able to, to scry on someone, a locate creature is usually within 1,000 feet, right?
Yeah.
Potentially you might be able to have the ability to scry on someone. You see Noir considers and calls to one of the guards, orders them to go to a bunk and retrieve an object of someone's. Clearly they understand the scrying spell. Yes, that can be arranged for. Anything else you wish to know?
How far afield have those in your employ traveled in this plain? Have they been able to test whether the waters are foul further afield?
We have recalled back everyone since the waters turned foul. But beforehand, quite far. They traveled as far as the Holt. We traveled past the desert, past the fireflies. They've been to other layers. The branch of Yggdrasil provides some easy access, both up and down, between Krigala and Karasuthra. They've been a great many places.
And they were... Did you recall them before they tested the waters, where they were?
It was after the first began to get sick here. Whether they got sick from the rains or from something else, I don't know.
So we don't really know how far the corruption has spread, only that it is spreading because it wasn't here before.
If it is in the
Yes.
rains, it likely is spread as far as it needs. The water is continuing its cycle and can get to anywhere in the plain. As we know from the Wrath Lord, it is pretty far afield.
Well, we've learned some of the methods that your people are using to mitigate the effects. Purifying the water, camping in waterproof tents. Admittedly, we didn't come prepared with those. Rather embarrassing. Do you have any suggestions for those of us who don't have clerical abilities on our sides?
Find it and kill it quickly.
Well, I suppose that is always plan A.
Yeah, basically, there are restoration magics, but even, like, you guys are very high-level adventurers that have access. Like, there's probably the level of magic that it would take to fix even one person is beyond what even their powerful spellcasters have, right?
Maybe
it's more like
You-
if they
you
have
need
like
a
a
real
purify water thing. Yeah.
Oh, do you have purified water? There has no way
no.
of giving you purified water.
Would it be
You can take it with
possible
you.
to
We're willing to provide weapons and supplies if you wish to have tents.
Garou will
tent,
sort of
I would-
interject, like, mentally, and he says, be careful of what Noir gives and what we take.
Tents.
I'll
Information is
You
all
can
respond to
pay me
Garou.
for it if it makes you feel like it's more of a transaction, less of a debt.
To be honest, it's so rare to find a place where I can actually spend gold in this plane. I would be happy to pay for a tent or two.
Well, they'd be happy to take your cold at the bar.
Well, that's always good. I'll like internally message Garou, like, was that all right? I'm trying not to lock us into anything. But I'd rather we not all succumb to this before we even have a chance of finding the creature.
As far as I can tell, that would be all right. I have means to make sure that the water does not affect us if we need it to drink or for food. But tents would be preferred.
Excellent. Then that'll cover our bases handily. Yeah, I will pay whatever jumped up price they want for them waterproof tents.
We don't have to worry about that right now. But
Okay.
yes. We don't need to interrupt the roleplay to go through the logistics of purchasing
Yeah.
a tent. But
Garou will then continue and he says, ask about what aberrations Noir has found, despite this situation with the, what is it, aboleth?
Yes.
I'm sure Noir has been up to other things.
Besides the inferred presence of the aboleth poisoning the water supply, what other aberrant creatures have you encountered thus far?
Great question. You see that Noir kind of laughs and says, very strange. I have many tales to tell, though most of the hunt has been done by my soldiers. I'm sure that they'd be happy to regale you. In the meantime, you see that the soldier he sent out returns with a water skin.
Yeah.
And Noir says, I wouldn't drink from it, but the fellow who was in possession of that before he left was quite attached to it. So perhaps that will aid you in your spell.
Katya will take it and ask, do you know the fellow's name?
Dugan.
Dugan.
Durgan.
Ding-a-ding-a-dugan.
One final request, supplies-wise. You wouldn't happen to have a map of this lair, even an incomplete one.
We've drawn something up. And motions Raga brings forth. Let's reveal the whole thing.
Let's go.
Woo, woo, woo!
I'm going to reveal it, but this will not be something that you have complete access to. So once the session's over, you will not be able to just look at it and reference it whenever you wish. But there you go, with Kireek marking where you are.
Why
Here
is
you
there
go.
a snake?
Otterlord.
Otterlord? Oh, hey, new Boar Lord. Cool.
Oh, sick. We should say hi.
I don't know if I could make some sort of intelligence check to just try and memorize this map as much as possible.
Well, you don't have an eidetic memory. You don't have like the key mind feat. But if Sophia wants to take some notes or do any kind of doodles, I think that's reasonable for Katya to do in this moment.
My intelligence of 20 doesn't help me try and remember at least landmarks relative to each other.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I'm not going to have you roll here. In the future, if you're trying to remember something that's not in your notes and you want to, I will have you roll an intelligence check to see if you can recall it. So
in the real world, rivers flow into the ocean.
Yep, this is also flowing into the ocean.
Okay. But if it's gotten into the rains, that doesn't actually tell us anything about where the source of the corruption is.
How much do I know about the water cycle as it exists in our world compared to the Beastlands? Evaporation, gets into clouds, comes down as rain.
Water evaporate out of big body of water, go into clouds, clouds condense, rain on land, water flow back into big body of water.
Evaporation, condensation, precipitation.
Yes.
Yeah. I would be inclined to say that if there's a specific middleman, it would be the Mortai, but if the poison is in the Sigius well, it might not matter what the Mortai want about it if it's just in the water as deep as it goes.
It could also be that the Mortai have been affected by this as well.
Mm-hmm.
That was my second thought. If they are the reason
Mortai
why
have
the rain is
turned
happening.
more vicious. We have to watch our movements carefully.
These aberrations have been known to have negative effects on the beastlands around them. What is Still Song? Is that a settlement or a domain of a lord?
Oh, I've heard about this. Oh, my
Noir
apologies.
defers to you, if you wish.
I was given a brief rundown by one of our friends up in Krigala. Please hold. There's dolphins there, and I was warned to be careful. They sing alluring songs, and it is wise to avoid going and drowning in the ocean in pursuit of them. But seems unwise under any circumstances, frankly.
I think they're called dolphins. It's annoying me I can't find where in my notes I wrote it down, but I think they're called dolphins.
Fox Lord, you guys.
The beast lords on this lair, dude.
We gotta get this Avalus shit done quickly so we can actually explore.
I noticed that there's a bit of an annotation in Sigius Well, Library of All Knowledge. Do we see that, or is that something that we
Yeah, that's handwritten down there. If you point it out, you see it says, "That is a great prize." Supposedly there is the greatest collection of written knowledge in all the planes is sunk somewhere beneath the Sigius Well, but it is quite expansive. No one has been able to ever find it.
Wan Shi Tong's library?
Oh my god, you guys. We gotta get under the water. It's such a good idea.
Read. Tell me, Forgotten Realms wiki.
Aboleth are intelligent.
They are
They are
from the books
intelligent.
I've read. Yeah.
Pretty sure they know all languages, but that's...
Yes.
All languages. That's just excessive.
Are we still in the room where the sick people are?
Sick people, yeah, 100%.
Is there... while everyone is talking, Kireek would like to do something a little subtly.
Sure.
To see. Not really for like secrecy reasons, but just kind of like if it doesn't work, then he doesn't want to make a big deal out of it in case it doesn't work.
Sure.
So my mind surgeon ability is kind of like a quick pull EpiPen. I can for one strain I can either regain touch a creature and they can either regain 1d10 HP, neutralize 1 poison, or cure 1 disease. I'd like to spend a strain, just kind of like put an arm on one of these ailing people and see if that actually does anything.
I'd be careful about touching the slime.
You can touch.
Okay.
Okay. What? Sorry. This is an order power. This is a power.
No, this is an ability that I have as a metamorph. It's not a power.
Interesting. As a native, you touch. You gonna go for the sickest person?
Sure.
You touch them, and you don't get sick just by touching them. You touch them, and they look up at you, and kind of they do a thing with their mouth and kind of gape a little bit, and you use the mind surgeon. I don't know why that name is funny to me. Use mind surgeon on it.
Mind surgeon these nuts.
Exactly. Mind surgeon these nuts. I didn't necessarily want to say it. You concentrate, and you can feel the sickness in them, and you kind of feel resistance against it. You push against it. It doesn't cure of the disease, but I will say, a fourth order or higher power that would do that sort of thing would cure this ailment.
Wow.
Interesting.
You're like, you don't have the right, it's not powerful enough, but you're like, but I could, like, there is a talent ability that I might be able to get that would fix this, but your kind of innate thing is, it's kind of small potatoes compared to what you need.
Fair enough.
It's more like it's almost more like a curse.
A curse, sure. All right, understood.
I think it does technically count as a disease, but it is more powerful than a mundane disease.
Yeah. Understandably so. There's no even like temporary relief for this creature.
You see, like there is like some like reduction, but it does not. There's like some reduction in the slime a little bit, but it does not like even set them back into disease at all.
We've sort of asked around this, but like just to cut to the mechanics of it, does it seem like a greater restoration might do the trick, or like have they been busting out lesser restorations and that's why this hasn't been doing anything, or?
Yeah, I think that would be that
Cool.
that is mechanically correct. Yes.
Great. So, I mean, fourth order power, rough equivalent to a 5th level spell. It kind of
exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think to kind of lower that, and you guys are high level adventurers. I think you kind of understand that. So
yeah.
There's no one capable of casting that here.
Yeah. All right. Understood.
Great.
Noir beckons for you to leave, unless there's anything else you want to see with the sick folks.
I'm happy to get out of here, honestly.
Yeah.
Comes back into the hallway. Well, you've seen the fate that awaits all of us, yourselves included, if we cannot find the source. So, Unicorn Knights, what do you intend to do now?
The same thing we do every time there is a problem. We hunt it, and we solve it.
You're going to get along fabulously with everyone here.
That has not been my experience. Anyway, do we, for the time being, have the ability to come and go, at least in the common areas of the lodge? A night's rest out of the rain,
Yes.
perhaps, before we set on our prey.
I will have a word with Dekes, but it can be arranged trivially easily.
Well, I believe perhaps we should begin our hunt in the CG as well. Or at least in its surrounding areas. From the little I know of aboleths, they are primarily oceanic creatures. And I believe it is the only way that they could have poisoned the rains, reaching either the Mortai or simply the water cycle.
Such a thought had occurred to me as well, but it is a very big place to search.
Yes.
If you intend to do so, you'll need a plan better than simply going out there, holding your breath and praying.
Yes, I'd rather not touch more of the water than I could, than I absolutely have to. I think perhaps we should try and reach those Delphine beings. As I understand it, they do possess useful knowledge. It's simply the allure of their voices that makes the prospect rather treacherous.
Katya
And
has...
they live
true.
in the ocean.
They know many things. It was a possibility to go there instead of the Rat Lord. We thought that he would be a little more obliging. It would seem not.
Most likely not. And also, if they live in the ocean, there is always the possibility that they have in turn been affected or even corrupted, but that will be valuable information either way.
Katya's jumping on the telepathic link at this point, like, Therese, I think we are all aligned in what the next move is, but maybe we do not tell this gentleman our entire thought process of step by step.
Oh, yes. Sorry, got carried away. I like explaining things sometimes. All right. On the psychic link, I assume now our goal is getting out of here without incident?
I think so. If Garou can handle a night's rest, this is as good a place as any to gather additional information to question the people who have been out in the field, but I don't want to make anyone stay here longer than they need.
Might
I will
be best
rest
to divide
outside.
and conquer. Yes, I believe it would be wise in this instance to divide and conquer. Some of us can stay, some of us can camp.
Is this all discussed in
Psychic
telepathic?
Yeah,
Psychic.
yeah.
Tread
Cool. You guys
carefully.
stand there in silence for 45 seconds, nor looking between you.
Speed of thought, shush. Talking is a free action.
We appreciate all of your candor and your help. We will not be staying here over long, and will soon be on our way. And I suppose you will know if we have succeeded regardless of whether we report back, because you will either continue to have this problem, or the problem will stop. Let us all hope that the problem stops.
Certainly. So you intend to stay the night then? We can make up a room for the four of you.
At least some of us.
And can I not convince you to take some of the blackened rings with you? I promise they will not slow you down. And they can only be useful in a fight.
As much as your soldiers have proved themselves, we work best when we can be quick, sharp, and effective. And as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of the magics that help us traverse this land do their best work with small groups.
Understood. If you think that will be the easiest way, but don't hesitate to come back and ask. Quick question. Where is Gant's ring?
It's in
With
Kireek.
Is it on Kireek's finger? I
No,
can't remember.
he
I thought you
unattuned
took
to
it out.
Yeah.
I thought you took
He
it off.
unattuned to it to attune to the Spear of Power storing. Yeah.
Okay. Just questioning. I thought that was the case, but wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, please. There's communal meals to be had 3 times a day, and of course, the bar is always open. We'll have a room set up for you in no time. I'll speak to Dekes about it. Will you be staying with them, Garou?
I have stayed here long enough. I cannot stand to be here a moment longer without my axe. So outside I will be. When they are finished, when you're finished with them, send them out, and I will be on our way. The next time we meet, none of these pleasantries.
So dramatic. You act as if I was the one who slaughtered your whole family.
Garou, for a moment, his hair all stands on end. Readjusts himself. Watch your tongue, Efreet.
You do not issue commands to me.
Garou, for a moment,
Yeah.
you guys watch as, again, the rage starts to bellow behind his eyes. You watch as his
Careful.
fingernails grow.
You hear the creak of bows, arrows
Yeah.
being knocked behind you.
Garou lets out a breath. He says, I will wait outside. And in his mind, he's going to ping to all 3 of you. Be careful. You don't know what magics they have at their disposal. What they've been doing to watch us, what ideas they've been planting in our heads. Either way, I cannot stand to be here one moment without the opportunity to kill Noir. So outside I will wait
Yes.
patiently and as well behaved a bugbear can be in these situations. I've done my part.
Yes.
And then he will leave.
Raga, please accompany Garou and see that his weapons are returned to him. The two of them walk downstairs. Now returns to the three of you and says, I hesitate to even bring this up because I don't mean to give you the wrong impression of myself, but would you not prefer if I had my soldiers just kill him?
If you had asked me a week ago, perhaps I would have said yes, but just as your soldiers are strong fighters, so is Garou. And for better or worse, he is aligned with the goals of the Unicorn Knights. So, the uneasy peace continues.
Forgive me for saying, and perhaps I'm wrong, but to me, it seems that it is less his goal aligned with the Unicorn Knights, and I think he would be quick to pursue his own goals if they arose. Just a word of warning and caution. I'm sure you don't need it from me.
Your concern is appreciated. I believe we can handle Garou.
I'm sure you can. You're all clearly quite capable. I would just hate to know that something happened to you before you were able to solve this problem.
Well, if it does, that would only be our own fault for our own carelessness, and it would be less than we deserved.
Very well. Enjoy the place. Take comfort. I have other things to see to.
Well, thank you for
Floats
your
back
time.
down the hallway.
Yeah.
Garou, you are led out to the gate. You get there, the doors with those huge tusks are opened. You see Raga gets your gear, all the weapons handed to him, looks at you. Oh, hit my microphone. tosses them 30 feet out into the dust and the dirt. Have a pleasant night.
Did you take a tent with you?
Snarls.
They have a tent. They have a tent for Garou.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Garou snarls, barks, sort of stamps at the ground a little bit, lets out a bit of his anger and frustration before going and retrieving his gear and prepping a small little campsite for himself a bit a ways from the Blackstone Lodge.
Before you stamp and let out a little bit of that anger, and you take 2 steps and you hear Raga says, "Must piss you off so much that I'm not chained up for you to kill. That it would be a fair fight."
If it's a fight you want, I'm here. No chains on either of us.
For now, Noir demands it not be so. But I hope you fulfill on your promise and come back.
Then I take it back. I see you're the one in chains.
If he approaches the gate, shoot him. And the gate closes behind you.
Garou looks up at the parapets, the wall. He counts out the archers. How many? Give me a rough number here.
No.
Right now, 4 archers on the wall.
Garou
Rookie
laughs,
numbers.
chuckles. 4 is nothing, but he goes to make his camp anyways.
Whew.
All right.
Down the psychic link. Garou, that was very gracefully handled. Thank you. I understand how much restraint that took.
Just finish up so we can leave.
Believe me, I would like nothing more than to get out of here, but I am afraid we must maintain some appearance of being at ease to put these others at ease.
Katya would like to sprint to the bar as fast as possible.
Yeah. Whatever you'd
Slams
like.
hands
they
on
got
the
it
bar.
here.
I need a pen and paper as fast as you can get it to me. Quickly.
You asked for the one thing that no one in the
I
Blackstone
would
Lodge has
settle
ever
for a bunch of
requested before.
sand. I don't know, ink
You're
of any
a
kind.
wizard.
Shh.
You
Say
don't
it.
have like spell
It's for spells.
making components.
You
Yeah,
Oh, a
dude.
pen and
You have,
paper, but not
500
my
pieces of
scratch
red
paper.
paper.
I don't
Not
know
my ink.
anything that can be written with on something.
We got like you see the person behind the bar says like, we got like a board we'll write drinks on, and like there's like a slate with
That
chalk.
will
a
do.
napkin and a ballpoint pen.
I think Kireek will go to Katya, hand her the map of Kragala, and turn it over to its blank
Perfect.
side.
If no one provides her a pen, Katya will just like
Noir.
bite her pointer finger until that starts bleeding a little bit, and she's gonna start
I
drawing
think
on
Kireek
it.
I think Kireek has a pen because he's also been making
Okay, great.
annotations
She'll take the
on
pen,
Rolf's
too.
map. So.
You can
Yes,
scribe
yes.
scrolls. You have a hat of holding. You don't have a pen.
Kireek has the ability, has some map making abilities. I think so does Garou, but
Yeah, Garou has a whole
God,
cartographer's kit. So,
Garu's already drawn out a
he comes in the next
perfect
day, he's got a
map.
perfect.
It's beautifully calligraphed. It's got
Wow.
like
There
a
we go.
US
That's
on the
awesome.
sides.
Hell yeah.
Katya will, as quickly as possible, copy what she remembers of the map.
You gotta give that to Austin so he
Hell
can
yeah.
upload that onto Roll20 and have that be our map.
I'll draw a
Hell
nicer
fucking
version
yeah,
of it.
That is
boss.
a wonderful
Hell
idea.
yeah.
That is an excellent
I will
idea.
use the time between seasons to draw this nicer in my little digital doodle program, but just in the notebook that I write in during the
Damn.
sessions, I have sketched out for the audience at home as much as I could possibly get during that entire conversation when Katya was looking at the map.
I respect the honesty of not just
That was
taking a
awesome.
screenshot.
Yeah.
I really like it. It's something I've never really been able to do. It's a trick that I've heard from Matt Colville and stuff like that, of like having a player go into like a dungeon, basically like scouting out and describing it to them, but you don't show them the map, you just describe, which is a little bit of what Red got. But I thought here was like, well, they do have the map, we'll show it, and just whatever you can get in the time that you have, and then I hit it again. But it seems like you had a pretty thorough
Intelligence of
hell yeah.
20.
pretty thorough. I was gonna say you are very
I
smart.
went
so it
into
makes
my
total
mind
sense that
palace,
you would be good
and
at
then I
that.
needed to get it on paper as fast as possible, so that's why Katya sprinted.
Amazing.
But yeah, Katya's getting a map made, and I think her intention is to, at least for the initial time, she'll like turn to the rest of the group like, I think it would be wise if we were to perhaps ask some of the rank and file about their experiences with this problem, both to endear ourselves to them and also because they may have more first-hand information than the person who has likely been here the whole time. I hope to use, and she'll gesture to the map, perhaps this to gain some idea of where we could look. Trish, your idea to go to Stillsong is a good one. My instinct was to scout the waters as much as possible to help narrow in, either with scrying or locate creature or something. But I think we may be safe in the assumption that the Ebolith is in the Sigius Swell.
Somewhere, yes.
Yes.
Well, I can certainly make the rounds, see if I can persuade anyone to explain what they've been hunting and where. Rather than RPing through, like, talking to 15 guys, can I just roll some kind of flat
Yes.
persuasion check and see how much info I get?
You don't want to go talk to your guy?
You're not gonna talk. You're not
You're
gonna
not
fucking
going to
talk
talk to your
Haken?
friend?
Yeah.
I'm also, like, kind of scanning the room, like, is he still there? And how much are we
is,
not looking at each other?
Actually, yeah, you come back and he's not where he was before. You don't see him in the room currently.
Yeah, rogues, man. Is he just because I didn't quite clock that? Was he wearing the black and rings livery, or just the sort of general? Right.
He was wearing like
yeah.
normal clothes you've seen him wear. Like, I don't know if you've seen him wear that exact cloak, but like he was
Right.
dressed like Haken. You know?
Yeah, so like he's definitely in the category of like people who are in the Blackstone Lodge when the Black and Rings haven't taken it over as their like place.
He's like, yeah, this is, you would know that there are people who are the Vile Hunt. Those are the, and for all intents and purposes, we can consider everyone who's not Black and Ring to be in the Vile Hunt category.
Right,
But
yeah.
that Vile Hunt category does split down further into people who are always here, like Brogan, and people who come here like basically on vacation to kill big things, who need guides and
Right.
stuff like that. That's kind of what Garou was alluding to before. So there are people who are here just because it's like a good, fun time to, to Westworld at here.
Right.
And there are people who are permanently here because this is their philosophy. This is like their job, basically, this is their life. And then the Black and Ring separate. He's clearly in that Vile Hunt bucket,
Right.
and
Yeah.
You haven't known him to live here for many, many years. You
So
know where he lived for a long
probably
time, so he must be on the like passer through list, so to speak.
Yeah. And
But
he's clearly
the last
doing
time you saw him, he
something.
was on the prime material plane in whatever you think the name of your city is.
Yeah. Well,
it's
technically, the last time I saw him, we were both in the town, so,
You were both
whatever.
in the town, yeah.
Yeah.
Katya will go on the mind link and be like, Tris, if you wanted to try and find that friend of yours, I'm pretty sure Kireek and I can handle doing some questioning at the bar.
No, Hakon finds me when he wants to be found. It's all right.
Don't know. I mean, you don't see a lot of friendly faces around here. You sure you don't want to, seek him out?
Yes,
Huh?
it's fine. Whatever he's doing here, it's clear that he doesn't want me bungling it up.
Alright. Just thought maybe he was
I
looking
will now
for
make
you.
a persuasion check.
All right, you want to talk to people?
Yes.
So it's pretty clear to me that there's not going to be an immediate confrontation here in the Blackstone Lodge.
You don't think we're going to start a bar fight in the next 5 minutes?
I'll start a bar fight. You want me to start a bar fight? They didn't paper.
No.
You have a couple hour. Yeah, sure. Hold on. Let me get a map with 45 guys on it for you.
Oh, now we're talking.
This
Let's
is
go.
business as usual.
And Garou's not here
If we
to
start a
witness
bar fight
it.
without Garou, I think he's legally allowed to kill us.
Yeah, Wally, do you mind sitting in silence for 90 minutes while we...
Garou's
Austin
outside
painstakingly
seething.
moves 45 guys individually.
Garou's outside
Yep.
seething. He's been waiting 10 years for a chance to rip off Nur's head, and instead he had to be diplomatic about it. So
The chance will come. I promise.
But you have a couple hours before basically dinner and then nightfall when you could reasonably go to sleep because you just haven't been up that long. Tris, you want to spend this time talking to some people, and
Yes.
maybe Hakon finds you. Katya
Maybe.
and Kireek, do you have any activities you'd like to partake in?
I don't think Katya wants to go far from Kireek after she's scrawled her map because she doesn't want to leave him alone with the various lodge people who have been hunting aberrations. So I think she's kind of sticking to Kireek.
There's a lot of interested looks at Kireek.
But Katya's main goal is to, kind of similar to Trish, she wants to question people, but I think also she's like breaking out the deck. She's kind of like trying to get more of a... She's been in a lot of taverns in her life. Like she's kind of, or at least has been in a lot of taverns in the 2 years she remembers. So I think she's a little bit trying to like work the room, so to speak, get people a little bit more comfortable with their presence and like see what that might shake out rather than directly questioning people.
Yeah, make a what is is it persuasion? It's definitely charisma check. Performance? Make a performance check.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
performances.
boy.
Yeah, there we go.
Make a performance check.
Ooh, my friend, you have pulled Merkel. I would be very careful in the next few days. All right. Ooh, I'm going to use my portent dice to give myself a 16 on that, bringing it up to a dirty 20, because that was not a great roll.
Nice.
You roll. You take out the cards and go to someone. Go and see this Goliath that's like sitting at the bar next to you, and who's already like pretty drunk. They've all got cabin fever. Like they all want to be out killing things. They all want to be out hunting, and they're stuck in here to keep out of the rain. And again, like they get purified water. That's like something that they can come across like kind of easily. Like they have some druids, right, that can purify it. But again, it's like there's not that much. So a lot of them are kind of relying on. That's exactly what I was thinking. So they've been so like they're leaning heavy into the drink, both from just lack of regular water and because they're bored. And so this one's like pretty. This Goliath's pretty plastered, and immediately perks up. You start doing the fortunes, and then other people start coming in, and you immediately the blackened rings are way more resistant to it, but the Vile Hunt are super excited to have a distraction, and people are asking questions about like, you know, you start getting some like pretty deep questions, like, you know, someone's like asking about like a girl back home that they haven't seen in a long time. They're like, are they thinking about me? They get like a really negative outcome, and everyone like starts like jeering them and making fun of them.
Pandemonium again.
Yeah, and one person like asks about getting rich, and you know it comes up like really positive, and people start like buying them drinks like they imagine like, oh, one day this person's gonna pay me back, like I'm gonna be nice to them now. And like people are buying you drinks as well. So you said that was a total 20?
Total 20.
With a total 20, why don't you go ahead and make your persuasion check at advantage, Red, for trying to talk to people.
Ooh, hell yeah,
Sure.
dude. The atmosphere
Okay.
is good. Everyone loves Katya. Everybody likes Katya.
Everyone
Hey.
dance for Katya!
This is how Katya joins the Vile Hunt and just murders a bunch of animals.
You guys don't
Murders-
like
kills a bunch of
Garou.
animals
I
for
don't
the rest
like
of it.
Garou. You guys like Katya.
It's,
I like Katya.
It's another dirty 20.
Hey.
Okay.
Nice.
What do you want to know? These guys, I want to hedge this here. These people have pretty limited knowledge.
Right.
But I'll tell you whatever I can based on the questions you're asking.
They're just like the freakiest aberrant creatures that they've hunted and where they were running into them. And like, because presumably they were all out and about and then they all got called back as soon as they realized the water had gone bad. So probably these guys aren't going to be equipped to be like, yeah, the effect seemed way stronger nearer to this location where it was weak. Like, they're not going to know
Maybe
that
asking
shit.
like
But,
if
like,
any of them or any of their like friends experienced the effects where they drank the water from, just to get a scale of like maybe some of them were in the field when it started happening. You know, like.
Well, because that was because they pulled everyone in when the rain started going, right?
Yeah, but
'Cause I feel
apparently
like
it
that-
was starting before the rain. Was my understanding was like there was. Still...
Well, it's. I
They-
guess that is the question. Yeah.
Noir
if-
said something to the effect of, "Oh, it was probably somewhere, and then it got into the rain, and now it's like fucking everywhere."
now it's everywhere.
So-
So like, yeah.
So Noir doesn't know like, oh yeah, it started in
Yeah.
this pool, and then
I guess if anyone knows of anyone who got sick before the rains turned bad, anecdotally, then that would be useful information, but that's a long shot, so mostly it's just like, what's the freakiest aberrant creatures that you've been hunting? Like, what was up with that? Was it more of like a squid situation, or was it like a bug situation? You know, kind of dealio.
for sure.
I'll also take suggestions along the psychic link if people have ideas.
Yeah, you get tell of people talking about like a big aberrant, like there's a very impressive story about like a huge ass spider thing that they fought down that was in Karsuthra, this like giant mutated spider. Definitely of interest to you, having dealt with the Beholder, is that they did manage to kill a death kiss, which is, I mean, I don't know that they'd call it a death kiss. I'm doing it just for simplicity. It's a Beholder kin. They're less powerful, but they're bad. Yeah, there's talk of like, of some like Underdark ones that are like I believe like dark mantles and things like that are technically aberrations.
Dark mantles
so,
and ropers and stuff like that.
No flumps,
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
What'd you say?
No flumps?
Definitely someone killed a flump here. Yeah, for sure.
No.
Where do you think the searing
Yeah.
tongue was getting them?
So the
Where
thing is,
do you think? No, for real, the Searing Tongue contracts the Vile Hunt is like, we do need this big creature dead. If we could get some Brontosaurus steaks, that would be really cool of you guys.
So, okay, the thing is, to my hearing, like, okay, giant mutated spider, definitely aberrant. Death kiss, definitely aberrant. I guess in my brain, I'm like, well, flumps are part of the natural order of the Underdark. You know, those don't count as aberrations. Those are animals. But I'm assuming that's not correct.
The one... You ask a lot, and so that you get a lot of those stories. The one piece of intel you get that's kind of interesting is you find out that it's unclear on timeline. Is it the first person? A lot of people were out in the field, so it's hard to tell like exactly the day. But someone who got sick while they were gone was they were out not far from Plague Root, actually, at a body of water that's called Harbor. Out past the hyenas where you were, in the direction of where the elands came from.
Okay. And that's like a lake.
And that's the real. It's a big body. Yeah, it's like a big
Ooh,
lake.
groundwaters.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was worried about. If it's in the well water, I mean, I guess we could. Well, we don't necessarily have a way to test the water for aboleth ickiness without chugging the stuff, so it might not be useful to take groundwater
Drink
samples
it,
for
and
that.
if I go make a saving throw.
Yeah, if you make me roll a Constitution saving throw for drinking untreated groundwater from a hole, then I know there was
well,
aboleths
you did get a
and not
sample
just
of the.
dysentery.
You did get a sample of the rain, if you remember.
Yes.
Red.
I
We
did,
did.
yeah. And we also have that water skin from the person that Katya's
That's
gonna
true.
try on
Yeah,
later.
you do have
Yeah.
that water skin if you choose. Yeah,
Okay.
people in general give a really wide berth to Kireek, and either look at you like a monster they don't want to be near, or like a fat, juicy steak that they have a lot of interest in, and it's very unpleasant and unsettling.
I think Kireek is like happy that Katya is kind of in a situation and in an environment where she seems to thrive very much. This is all very unfamiliar to Kireek, made even more uncomfortable by the fact that it's filled with people who kind of want to either hunt him or hunt him but maliciously. And I think after he probably won't. He has no way of like asking questions and asking people and interviewing people anyway. So I think after a relatively short time, he'll actually just kind of retreat to whatever room has been allocated for them.
Probably smart.
But he'll wait to make sure that Katya had written down the map to her satisfaction, and then.
Yes.
Well, I
at
don't
this
know.
point, I
He-
think
he-
there's a good. She's done with the map at this point. There's a good like raucous. Even some of the blackened rings now. It's starting to get near like dinner, and some of them are starting to have drinks too. So the military order has collapsed a little bit. And even though they don't necessarily like you guys, they are relaxed themselves. There's a lot more sitting down. And it's around this time where. Oh, sorry. And so you want to go to your room, Kireek?
I think so. He'll take the map. Yeah, he'll take the map, and he'll just kind of go up to his room, to the room. Don't know.
Go up to the room. You have a great view. You look out the window, and you see to your right the branch of Yggdrasil. To your left, the misty forests, and straight out, this huge mound. Like it's like this huge. What's the word I'm looking for? Hill is the wrong word. It's built up earth that's like long and skinny. Berm. This like long, huge berm that has like trees and stuff growing on it. This and in the distance you can see like more like there's like a mesa way in the distance, way in the distance. You see this huge berm. You look out and you watch it for a couple hours, and at one point you see there's just like a slight vibration in the earth, and a bunch of like birds fly off of it from the disturbance. Downstairs, is there anything you want to do in the room, or are you just hanging out there, Kireek?
Nah, I'm just hanging out there.
Downstairs at this time, now the party is in full swing, and this is when a drink is pushed into your hand, Tris, and you see Hakan is there. He takes a seat at one of the chairs, gestures for you to sit down.
I will sit.
He takes a sip, he goes, "Speak at a normal volume. If you whisper, it draws suspicion."
Of course, I will gladly take espionage advice from someone who's so good at it. What are you doing here, and how did you get here?
Two very heavy questions. How
They
did I get
shouldn't
here
be.
first? How did I get here first? Called in some favors with the guild back home. They've got some powerful magics. Once grandmother figured out you were in the Beastlands, we decided it would be best if someone looked into it and checked up. What are you doing here in the lodge?
What am I doing here in the lodge, or what are you doing here in
Yeah.
the lodge?
What are you
What am I
doing here
doing?
in the lodge?
Exactly what we said. Oh, you weren't privy to that part. We're trying to solve this rain problem, the water problem, the more general problem of the Beastlands and the aberrations corrupting thereof. And, wow, it's complicated. When we got here, the Rat Lord sort of abducted half our party and then told us that if we wanted to leave, we needed to deal with these other intruders. And when we got to them, they were so small and pathetic that it felt very bad to just deal with them the way the Rat Lord wanted to. So instead, we used diplomacy and one of my companions, these people really, really don't like, and there was really no way we were going to get out of this without having to confront that in some way. We were going to have to come here, and this is sort of the epicenter of the information about whatever's going wrong here, and in any case, hopefully this is just a short stop, and then we'll be able to get back out there to actually solve the problem, rather than sort of dancing around it.
Do you think it's an aboleth that's causing the sickness?
Well, that's what Noir seems to believe, and it does certainly line up with the little I know about them from the books I've read.
I'm not an expert either, but very dangerous, very powerful. Do you want to help? Do you want a hand with it?
Traveling companion?
I'm trying to not make it clear that I have a previous relationship with anyone in your group, considering how volatile everyone seems to feel, but I could sneak out.
I'm sure you could. I worry. I don't think we've been able to yet assess the scope of this threat, and I'm hesitant to involve you or anyone else, really. It's just... everyone else in the Unicorn Knights rather signed on for this.
Well, this is me signing on now, isn't it?
You're only here because Grandmother needed you to look after me, is that it?
Can't I just be concerned?
Insight check.
Yeah, make an insight check.
Sure. $23.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a fib. That was a lie.
Yeah. Hey, can I promise I'm not upset, but if you're in some kind of trouble, you can tell me.
Trouble? Oh no. You're only in trouble if you get caught.
Ah, one of those situations.
No. I'm making it seem too dramatic. I'm here because I knew that there was a lot going on. I hear the egg's okay, though.
Yes, thriving, actually. He's one layer up, and probably wreaking absolute havoc on the local population now that I think about it. But...
well, what else do you expect from a dragon? What happened with the snake?
Killed it fairly quickly, actually. But its stomach was some sort of portal situation, so the egg was still rather difficult to find after that.
Where did it end up?
Clutches of a mad beholder, which I realize is tautological, doing its best to create abominations. But part of the reason I'm working with the Unicorn Knights is that my Aliki actually managed to fix all the damage that was done.
What kind of damage?
He was very large and very elder brain-y for a little while there, but fortunately it doesn't seem to have left any lasting damage, physical or mental. Children are very resilient, it would seem.
That they are. Interesting.
I can tell you're trying to distract me from the thing I was asking you about, for the record.
I'm sorry, what were you asking me about?
Oh, you. I imagine that probably you're here for twofold reasons. One, Grandmother, I'm sure, did want somebody here. And two, it's benefiting you to be far away from somewhere else right now.
Grandmother is interested. She's the one who told me about the Beastlands. She's the one who asked if I would have some way of getting here. And I did. I confess, my organization does not know much about the Beastlands. I'm not running from danger. I'm running into it to learn more for them.
Ah, scouting mission. I suppose that does make sense.
It's a long way from home, but since I was going anyway, I told them I'd learn what I can. I don't know if there's anything interesting here. Definitely don't want to make enemies with the blackened rings. I definitely don't want to make friends with the vile hunt.
I don't think it would be wise to leave you here either. This place is a den of vipers.
That's where I thrive.
I suppose. I really don't like this. I don't like any of this. I hope you know that.
Yeah, you never do.
I suppose I never do.
Look, you can say no. It won't hurt my feelings.
Well,
Probably
I
better
also
for my
recall-
safety anyway.
Yes, but I also recall that I said that nobody should try to follow me when I was dealing with Grofgander in the first place, and it's clear that you didn't listen to me then.
It's been so long. You can't blame me for having forgotten what you said.
I admit that the passage of time is difficult to measure here, but you've had a functional sun and moon for at least a week.
Not so much. When the egg disappeared, it was quite the blizzard that your grandmother unleashed. Couldn't see sky for days.
Well, hopefully the farmers weren't too put out.
You don't want me to go. That's fine. I don't want to
you
get
in
in the rain
danger.
and become a fishman.
Yes, that's
At least tell me where I could find the dragon, your cousin, so that I could speak to him and bring word back to grandmother. Surely it's safe. Surely behind you, the place you've already left is safer than the place you're charging into.
I like to think so. Yes, he's
Plus,
one
I can
layer
use
up.
the branch of Yggdrasil.
Oh, does it connect
Oh,
with...
It
The-
does somewhere. They say that things are a little shaky, but I'm sure even though the blackened rings are on lockdown, I could suitably bribe a member of the hunt here to lead me to where I need to go.
Well, I suppose that's fair. He is in the upper layer, Kragala, the land of eternal noon, under the protection of the Bear Lord. You'll find him in the mountains that are very similar to home.
Hooray! Go on vacation, only have to do more climbing.
Yes, and fair warning, the air is not so generous around these peaks. You can actually get hurt if you fall.
Wonderful. All right. Well, I'll do what I can. See if we could check up on this dragon, and then I'll see about finding my way back.
You came here without a way back.
I knew I'd figure something out.
Of course. All right.
What about you? How do you plan to get home eventually?
I plan to figure that out eventually. I didn't exactly plan to come here, but you don't have the same excuse.
Things move pretty fast where I'm from.
It's where I'm from
That's the
too.
wrong word. That's how we phrase it. Things move pretty fast where I work is how he would
Right,
phrase it.
yeah,
Things
yeah.
move pretty fast where I work. We don't always have the luxury of making a plan. Sometimes you have to improvise. I feel like this is something you're aware of.
It is, yes. There are ways. The wizard in my company is adept at translocation magic. I believe there would be some way for me to return home if
Cut over to
necessary.
Katya. She's doing like card
Oh.
tricks where she's juggling the entire deck of
was gonna
cards. Like,
say.
hey,
Katya's
give me a
doing a
shot.
full headstand.
And here I thought she was just a charlatan.
She can be both
Two
things.
can be true.
We each contain multitudes, do we not?
Evidently so.
Okay, well. Sounds like a plan then. You go off to do your horrible certain death mission, facing down an ancient evil, and
Yes.
I will go check on the child.
Seems fair.
You make it sound like I'm complaining. I'm not.
Well, you find a way to make things that aren't complaints sound very complainy.
It's part of my charm.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, I don't want to make it too obvious that I know you. This was only meant to be a cursory conversation, so I'm going to mingle. See if I can't find a guide whose palms I can grease to get me up to Kragala and out of this rain.
Yes, wise. Stay safe. And if you need help, tell me. I'm serious.
Would you do the same?
I never need help.
Oh, shut up. He goes off to mingle.
I go back to mingling in the other direction.
Night comes. There is a night. Dinner time comes.
Yes. Snack
there
time.
is a big spread laid out, many tables, and there is like, steaming piles of rices and vegetables and all manners of different meats that people have captured and cured, fish and all kinds of manners of steaks and things that are placed out for you to eat. At one end of the table, Decas; at the other, Noir. Noir, as the food is brought out, raises a glass. I cannot speak in tenses. Stands and raises a glass and says, "A toast." The blackened rings quickly. Glasses up. The Vile Hunt kind of leisurely. We have new guests. Unicorn Knights. To my knowledge, the first time that any have ever set foot here. You see Decas at the other end of the table. But we are lucky to be in their presence. They come to aid us. We wish to lose no more souls to this horrible sickness. They volunteer to journey where we will not, to journey where we cannot, to see it done themselves. Were all of us so selfless? Raises the glass. Everyone else raises theirs.
Garou outside, tiny little
Yeah.
to himself.
Yeah.
We
Warming
cut
up a
to
single
Garou.
hot dog on a stick.
Garou sitting outside, looking up, the storm clouds rolling in. As you know, the rains are about to start. You head into your tent. Before we close this season of hunting parties, or anything else anyone would like to do?
I'd love to get through the long rest and out of the doors, but
If we were
Yeah, that's exactly where we will start next season.
oh, thank goodness.
if we were settling down post meal, I did have one spell I wanted to cast.
Please, yes. As you see the rain start to patter outside,
Yeah.
you have the room for the three of you. What are you going to cast?
Katya will go find somewhere as private as possible, a alcove in a hallway, some broom closet, whatever it is, and she's gonna whip out of the hat 5 gold points worth of incense, and I'd like to cast a divination.
Okay, read to me what divination do.
This spell puts you in contact with a god or god's servants. You ask one question about a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. The DM offers a truthful reply, which might be a short phrase or cryptic rhyme. The spell doesn't account for circumstances that might change the answer, such as the casting of other spells. And to be cards on the table for a moment, I and Katya think we kind of know which god or god's servant we're going to get if we cast this spell, and that is important to the question.
Okay,
Someone's ringing up the cat lord.
you cast your spell. You find
The
yourself
champion of the Wolf Lord after all.
once
This
more.
is doing the callback on the cell phone and watching to see if their phone rings.
Yeah. Batris, what are you doing here?
You find yourself once more in the mists. This time, the presence not behind you, in front of you, still obscured by the roiling cloud. But you can see the silhouette as you did once before.
Katya will turn to the mists, kind of looking the corner of her eye for the figure that she knows is there, and ask, "Is it your wish that I attend your domain?"
It's not really an event that's going to happen in 7 days.
Katya could
right?
either visit or not visit the domain of the Cat Lord in a week. You don't know.
That's true, yeah.
I do see what you're saying. I feel like you're asking a question like you do when you're contacting other plane. This is slightly different. Is there a specific goal or event or activity?
I guess I'm trying to imply more like
That's asking what this creature wants. What is your
I guess I'm
question
asking
about
more,
the outcome?
Should I seek out the domain of the Cat Lord? Like, to make it more of like an action that Katya is taking rather than like, does this creature wish it? But she's kind of like trying to say like, is this somewhere I should, something I should pursue?
Yes. If you were to visit, what would be the outcome? you see the tail twitch and the sheen of the eyes flash as it moves its head a little bit closer towards you. You should visit when you feel prepared. It will put you in grave danger. It will grant you great power. You will return when you are ready. I am sure of it.
I don't think Katya has like a witty response to this. I think she just kind of like stares into the mists.
You are pulled back, the fog being pulled past you, and you are standing in that little nook that you had found to yourself. And if no one has any other objections, I think that is where we'll close our episode.
Woo.
Oh, we left Garou out in the cold.
Yeah.
There was
feel
no
so
Start
way.
with Garou getting like eaten by just a bunch of like wild boar. We're gonna find him and eat him.
Look,
The aboleth
when
gets him
season
in the
3
night.
starts, when season 3 starts and Garou has the curse of Malar and he fails his con saving throw to get the curse of the fish or whatever, we're gonna be really hard pressed to make sure that that we take care
Maybe
of this
the two
aboleth
curses
in
will
record
like
time,
cancel
okay?
each other out, and then Garou will actually be curse free because he's got fish curse cancels out Malar curse, you know?
There is kind of one
Yeah.
more thing that Kireek kind of wanted to try, but it was too intrusive. Where it's like, if someone dies and I bring them back to life, are they going to still be a fish?
We might find that out.
Yeah.
That would be very interesting. Thank you all for joining, and we will see you soon for other shenanigans, but the return of the hunting party in a few months for Rolling with Difficulty Campaign 3, Season 3
Yeah.
Ooh.
of Hunting Party. We will see you then.
A lot of mysteries in
Stay dry.
motion.
Smell you later.
Happy hunting. Thanks so much for listening to this season of Hunting Party, a Rolling with Difficulty campaign. We return to the Beastlands for another season this summer, but until then, check out Rolling with Difficulty on socials and YouTube to stay tuned to all our upcoming one-shot adventures and campaign updates. We'll be going live for our end-of-season Q&A on April 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join live in the chat or email your questions in ahead of time to rollwithdifficulty@gmail.com. If you enjoyed the show, please rate us and leave a review on your preferred podcast platform. And if you really enjoyed the show, consider our Patreon for even more exclusive cast-created content like monthly Discord hangouts, bonus art, and stat blocks. Got all that? Good. Your query is clear. Happy hunting.